Main event time for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and Zane Burgess on the Sodi Racing USA number 55 will lead our first main to green alongside Cameron Johnson, our top qualifier, with row 2, Marcelo Flores and Lawrence Perriman here to kick things off in Microswift. Alex?
A good run puts some on the inside of row, puts some on the inside of row number 3, Maronario on his outside, Santi Orioli, Danny Ramirez, Byron Borman, Jaden Francisco rounds out your top 10.
Going back, row 6, Miguel Manzano Suarez. Here's the rest of your grid. We're going to cycle to the next page really quickly because they are getting ready to go green. That way you know where your favorite driver is, and now you can see them all not get by on that first attempt through. Porter did not like it. We saw Porter down on the grid there while we were prepping, and you guys were following on this camera that he was having a little powwow with all of the junior or the Micro Swift drivers. But he did not like the way that deal looked. So we'll pull that grid up for you once again. That way you can take a quick look in case you missed your favorite driver while they begin to form back up. So we'll take a look at that so you can see where they line for the starting lineup here in Micro. So if there's a look on the flag stand. Ultimately, there we go. All right. So your starting grid popping right now for Micro. There is your top 10 rows here, going all the way back to George Zeminski and Michael Supka. That they will start 19th and 20th. And then once again, that final 5 rows all the way back for the total of 29 on the grid for the Micro Swift main, back to George Ho. Looking once again to get the green. This time by, are we good enough? Boys and girls, we are. Lights out. Let's go racing down to turn 1. Burgess and Johnson get through clean. Can the rest of the field do the same? It looks okay as they go down to turn number 2.
We're 3 wide further back there, but all the drivers so far so good, making it through cleanly. Burgess, a great start. We saw Cam Johnson try to go around the outside in turn number 2. Couldn't make it stick. Bunch of drivers going to the bottom of the racetrack. We saw Francisco going wide there. Manalio up in the marbles. He's going to have to find his way back in line, slot in line there. So he's going to be falling outside the top 15 as it stands at the moment. Look at this move inside for Marcelo Flores for P2. Further back, we saw a move there for, I believe, Danny Ramirez going on the inside of Santi Orioli as well. So a bunch of movers here early on. There's a move to the inside. We saw Marcelo Flores take advantage of Cam Johnson there. Lawrence Perriman as well has now gone to 3rd. So Cam Johnson, your outside front row starter, down in 4th at the moment.
More shuffling further back there. Another move with Johnson going backwards. Orioli is through. Leo Simone through. Let's see how they all changed hands through that opening lap. Zane Burgess leads Marcelo Flores down the front straightaway for the first time. 1 down, 21 to go, and it's Lawrence Perriman, Orioli, and Simone with that move in the back to complete the top 5. Your off-pole kid, Cameron Johnson, your fastest in qualifying on Friday, back to 6 at the end of the opening lap here, Alex.
Marcelo Flores looking pretty good early on here. The SLA karting driver looking great. Santi Orioli as well, another driver started outside of the top 7. He's up in the P4. We saw him try to go for a move on Lawrence Perriman. Perriman shut the door on him, and now that forces Orioli's hand here a little bit. He's going to have to go defensive on Leo Simone earlier than he would like. Cam Johnson now in the back of that group. This is about a 6-car breakaway to start this race. Maronario starting to fall off the tail end of this 6-car group, but Leo Simone, with a little bit of help from Cam Johnson, goes off the racetrack. That's going to give the Franklin Motorsports Merlin driver a chance into turn number 14 if he wants it, but he doesn't take it. Up on the curbing, now he's going to go for it. So too is Orioli. Orioli to 3rd, Cam Johnson to 5th.
Smart move there from Santiago Orioli as he gets by another driver inside the top 5. It was not an ideal qualifying for Santi, but now to start the main, he's in a decent spot, but it looks like that front bumper is a bit crushed in on the MPG OKP Kart Republic. Hopefully not pushed into the point that he might be staring down a penalty. Nonetheless, we continue to race here regardless, and it's 2 down, 20 to go, and we're going to, really send it to the inside. Cameron Johnson had it all locked up and sideways there, going down and into the turn 4 hairpin. Good job saving it and avoiding any contact, but that could have been very, very hairy easily there for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Good save.
Yeah, way to hold on to that one there and actually not even lose a spot to Leo Simone, who's now under fire here with a bad exit from the likes of Danny. The 2 RPG drivers are sitting 7th and 8th at the moment. We thought about a move there from Danny Ramirez, but with Leo Simone going way wide, he's going to give a free position to Ramirez. So now Danny Ramirez up a spot. We saw him qualify inside the top 3 yesterday for all of his heat races. He struggled in the heats, though, and that put him outside the top 10 starting position. That being said, he's now inside the top 6. Further back, there's a move potentially from Cam Johnson. Backs out of it into turn number 1. Some driver who doesn't back out of it, Jaden Francisco now to the inside of Danny Ramirez. To move Jaden Francisco up another spot. Ramirez now going to drop a place here. Win Gottschalk further back. He didn't have a great start here, but better than his brother did on board the Bennett machine. So Win Gottschalk now inside the top 10 and looking to make more moves as Leo Simone almost drops a tire at the exit turn number 4. He's going to have to go defensive here on Jaden Francisco. This is a good gaggle go-karts here for that 7th on-back battle.
Quite a group for this pack here. Jaden Francisco, they had to do a full-on chassis change overnight in the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp. And, oh, wow, one driver off also. That is one of the RPG Cosmics further back. Might have been Ramirez maybe in 8th, right around where Francisco was, I think, that went off the circuit. I don't know for sure, but I believe it may have been the 13 of Danny Ramirez that went wide. He had a big-time win here. Big time when we were last racing at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and has also run good at this track in the past. Yeah, and indeed, it was the 13 that went off back at turn at number 11. He falls outside the top 10. Here's Suarez just ahead of Perriman and Cameron Johnson battling through turn at number 2. They'll rocket down to 4 with now Jaden Francisco and Leo Simone in line. All the while, Zane Burgess and Marcelo Flores are pulling away. Look at the two of them. They've got over a second back to Santi Orioli. Marcelo Flores trying to get a big podium. It'd be a career best on the national scene with SLA kart racing, and he would have a shot, maybe, to get that first career national win if he could play his cards right here.
Yeah, Marcelo's been, improving all the while this weekend. I mean, I was talking to Dalton Haynes earlier on, who's actually coaching for the SLA karting group this weekend. He told me that, Marcelo's been one of the drivers he's been really impressed with. Just his progression throughout the weekend. He was really quick in that final heat race. It's showing here to begin this feature race. It's a long feature race for these young drivers, 22 laps. We're only on lap 5, about to start lap number 6. But if they can keep the pace that they're showing right now, it's over 1 second back to Santi Orioli this time around, 1.5 now. So 5/10 quicker than any other driver, in the top 10 for the top 2. So I don't suspect Flores to make a move here on Burgess anytime soon. This is working out for the top 2, and anytime you can make the race have as least amount of go-karts as possible for your chance at a victory, it's going to ultimately increase your chances to win later on down the line. Here's Jaden Francisco. We saw the move there on Cam Johnson. He might go for another move here to turn number 6 if he wants it. He's not, and now that offensive move is going to turn defensive here because he's going to be under fire from Cam Johnson, who's going to bring Leo Simone and Win Gottschalk back in the mix. Further back, Luca Besserol is going to join on the party soon if this racing continues.
Let's see the movers and shakers so far. Gottschalk is up a net gain of 8. Big move down there. Miguel Suarez to the inside, and Orioli kind of got caught off guard by it. He'll end up another 2 spots with both Perriman and Francisco going through. Orioli had gone up 4 positions from his original starting spot of 7th. Now he tracks all the way back to basically where he started. Cameron Johnson obviously back a little ways. But a big move forward for, Miguel Suarez, and a big wiggle for Leo Simone. Good job hanging on to that thing, Leo. The 83 was all out of shape behind the 25 of Win Gottschalk down the front stretch.
Yeah, I don't think Win knew that Leo was alongside of him there. He was kind of going, he meant to go defensive on Leo, but Leo was already alongside of him there. So good save by both drivers there. Leo probably won't be too happy with that, but nonetheless, facing the right direction, didn't lose a single position. But with that battling from Orioli, from Cam Johnson, and Gottschalk, they're allowing the drivers in front of them, that second lead group of Suarez, Perriman, and Francisco to start to pull away here. But let's see. This is it right here. This is Miguel Suarez, Perriman, and Jaden Francisco. Last time around, they actually matched the lap times that the leaders are doing. So let's see if these 3 can put their head down and maybe start to take a little bit of time out of the leaders. Remember, it's a long race. There is a lot of time to make up ground, but with Lawrence Perriman making a move on Miguel Suarez there, it's going to hurt their chances. Orioli's back in the mix now. Look at that. 1 pass is all it takes, Xander, to turn a 3-car train into 7.
And it also is all that it takes to allow the top 2 to kind of break away. I mean, Perriman and Suarez now with about a half-second cushion back to Orioli. Moving down the inside was Luca Becquerel. He goes by Leo. So, too, will the number 80 of Mauro Nario from 11th. So, Leo Simone now outside the top 10. He's going to try and get at least 1 spot back. No, looked for the move, pulled back in. Byron Bornman now locking onto the back of that group. In 12th for Parolin. Danny Ramirez, after that big off at the end of turn number 11, going 4 wheels off in the dirt. now finds himself in no man's land. He's about 3 seconds back from this group we're following currently. And then you find the rest of the midfield led by Jake Manolio, Dominic Nagel, George Ho, Dor Ehrlich, Dutch Westbrook, kind of all in the mid-teens and through the rest of the field. Moving down the inside now, Cameron Johnson on Jaden Francisco. Jaden will go back around him in turn number 13. He'll bring Becquerel through, and so will Mauro Norio go by as well. Both of the Orsilon machines moving the chains forward. Orioli by on Suarez with help from Godshock. Win Godshock started pretty far back in this field here. The Team Bennick driver is now up a net gain of 12. He wants to make it 13 positions gained with a nice move in turn 2.
Yeah, Suarez going to follow him through, so repays the favor after Win Gottschalk helped him get around Orioli. He's going to repay it back, and look at this. Francisco has help from Luca Becquerel. So Orioli started the last lap inside the top 5. He's actually outside the top 8 right now, and under fire from Mauro Norio as well. So the MPG driver is starting to fall backwards here on lap number 9. There's Cam Johnson. He was your pole sitter for the heat races yesterday. He was on the outside of row number 1 to start this feature race, but since then it's been backwards for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin driver. He's looking to now make amends for his rough beginnings here in this feature race inside of turn number 14. No one's going to make a move there, but maybe if Cameron Johnson can keep it underneath them, he could make a move, but instead I think he's going to get past. So too is Miguel Suarez back around Win Gottschalk, and yes, Leo Simone around Cam Johnson.
Yeah, Leo Simone and the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic trying to get back into the top 10, back forward a little bit. Here's Gottschalk back on Suarez. Turn 1, can't quite get there. He'll stay back in 5th for now. This pack is now 3 seconds away from Zane Burgess and Marcelo Flores. They are way up the road right now, headed back to turn number 6 and 7, while this group heads into turn number 4.
There's another move on the inside for Miguel Suarez. We thought about a move. Thinking about a move is Marcelo Flores, and he doesn't have to think about it too much longer. Around Marcelo Flores goes on Zane Burgess, so a new leader here, maybe earlier than we would have expected, but when you have such a nice cushion to the drivers in 3rd place and beyond, you can afford to make a pass there, and it was a clean move. Burgess did not fight it, and we've seen this throughout all the heat races yesterday. Zane Burgess was comfortable to be 2nd place for a majority of the races before the last lap where the racing begins to really kick off. We see how much it costs one driver to make a move. Leo Simone finally got up into the top 7, spun around in turn number 15, and now he's going to lose track to this 2nd lead group.
Yeah, that was a huge hurt right there to his chances. Now, Zane Burgess and Marcelo Flores, for the first 9 laps, they did not make a move. Last lap, Flores went to the lead. Zane took it right back there moments ago in turn 2. Even with the leapfrogging effect that they're doing, they're still faster than everyone else on the circuit right now. But if they do it lap after lap after lap, and if Miguel Suarez and Lawrence Perriman get their act together, well, maybe they'll be able to close up. 3rd and 4th now with no pressure from that group of 5th on back led by Luca Becquerel. They just need to really be perfect on their marks here. Perriman and Suarez, that is. 3.6 seconds away with 12 laps to go. They're going to need something in the margin of 2 to 3/10 a lap to run down the leaders. And I just don't think they have it on raw speed. They'll need something else to all of a sudden slow the top 2 down. With that pass in turn 2, let's see. Burgess, that time a 103 flat, a 103.2 for Flores. Even with the pass, Alex, 103.3 for Suarez, 103.4 for Perriman. This group here, Jaden Francisco, Luca Becquerel battling for 5th, but no hope, I think, right now for 3rd and 4th to catch the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to watch, but they're not doing themselves any favors at all by battling for 5th place rather than trying to work together and catch up to the lead group. But it's impressive to me what Zane Burgess and Flores are doing. I mean, we thought even with the pass, maybe there's a chance that they'd at least slow down and have somebody around the racetrack faster than those two. But last time around, Zane Burgess matches what he did on his personal best lap a couple of laps ago. A 103 flat is about as good as we've seen all race long. Luca Becquerel gets all sorts of out of shape through the S's. He's going to give that position to Win Gottschalk. Francisco there, hand in the air. He's seemingly frustrated with the other drivers that they're not working together. But at this point, I think Francisco's also added to his woes by making the passes as well. So I think all these drivers right now are at fault for letting the group get away. But nonetheless, like you mentioned, I think on raw speed, Perriman and Suarez are not going to be able to catch these two right here. But like we saw a couple laps ago, anytime you make a pass, unless you're Zane Burgess and Flores doing 102.7, 0.6 clear of the next group behind them, a pass can cost you a bit of time. And usually we see in this Microsoft class, those 2 to-go sticks come out the battling begins. So if these two can hook up and work together like this, with Perryman pushing Miguel Suarez's bumper, who's actually up 8 spots in this race, then there is still hope, I think, for the groups beyond.
One driver I'd like to give a little bit of love to, if we go a little even further back during this kind of midpoint here, all the way back to 17th, kind of in that middle group, the number 5 at George Ho, biggest mover so far from dead last on the grid, basically, to 17th on the racetrack. He runs right behind Dutch Westbrook right now in the Bennick, number 33. The two of them are about 2 seconds away, and this young man has already gotten by 12 go-karts here in the main. Don't know if he'll be able to get to too many more, but he and Dutch Westbrook both were faster than Dominic Nagel last time by. They might be able to charge their way up towards the number 52 in 15th. Dominic's all by himself. These two drivers here running in a pair ahead of Zev Godschak and Nolan Carney, another pair on the racetrack, kind of in duels as well, or duos, if you will. So all 4 of them in frame right there. Back to Carney on the orange and white U-Race machine. The Bennick is Zev Godschak. This is 16th, back to 19th. And again, biggest mover so far, George O, 12 spots gained. Nice work, George, back in 17th with still laps left to try and march up the grid. Ahead of him again, Dominic Nagel running by himself. The same for Jake Manolio, all alone. Leo Simone, Danny Ramirez, 10th or 11th and 12th. They're a second back from Santi Orioli, who is a little ways back from this group right here, just inside the top 10. Cameron Johnson making a move. That was on Mauro Norio. Change for 8th back in turn number 12.
Yeah, this is the first time that a couple of drivers besides Zane Burgess and Marcelo Flores have been into the 102 bracket there on lap time. So pace is coming back here for Jaden Francisco and for Cameron Johnson, but the more that these drivers begin to battle, the gap is now 5.5 to your top 2.
While they continue to race, let's go side by side, and they've been side by side, it feels like, every lap, so we don't want to miss an inch of it. But Alessandro Truscio knows a good bit about mini and micro racing. Sandro, we're used to seeing you in the little cars. You're in the big cars this weekend, running your first U.S. Junior event. Talk to me, Sandro, about how this weekend's gone for you, what it's been like getting to go mix it up with the other 43 KA Juniors so far. Oh, okay. I think a little issue there. We'll try and make sure that we can hear that Sandro can hear us down on the grid. Sandro Truscio yesterday was hovering the top 10 through his heats, and well, it might be actually working out for the best that we were back onto the action fully, because that about exploded that entire group up and on 2 wheels for the 31 of Luca Becquerel off the left rear tire of the Bennick. A win Godschak there, Alex. It's starting to get pretty crazy up front.
All sorts of chaos beginning to ensue here. It all started a lap ago with Miguel Suarez and Perryman getting into it. It's actually cost the BGR driver quite a bit of spots. Last time around, he crossed the stripe in 3rd. Now he's down there in 7th place. Jaden Francisco is the biggest winner of that one there. We saw the frustrations a couple of laps ago with Jaden Francisco putting his hand in the air, not agreeing with some of the drivers, not working with him. He now leads this group. It's Miguel Suarez and himself. They have a second buffer now back to win Godschak. So if those two can work together, they can at least pull away from the drivers further back. That looks to be Dutch Westbrook off the racetrack at the exit of turn number 2. So his just bad luck continues.
Yeah, and it looked like the 33, based on where that thing is parked, it didn't probably suffer any damage from crashing or contact. That pulling off to the side probably was a mechanical failure for Dutch Westbrook. 15th across the line last time by. He and George Ho were still trying to work together. They had just caught Dominic Nagel, both getting by him. We covered Ho. He's now up 13, mark at 14 spots for George on this main. With lap 17 complete or underway now, 16 complete, 6 to go. This group's the best action, and it's 8 seconds away from the leaders. They've got a couple of podium spots available at the front of it all. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Francisco, Suarez, Godschak there in the white helmet. Luca Becquerel on the Orsolone machine. Then Lawrence Perriman, Mauro Norio, Cameron Johnson, and Byron Boardman all the way back to 10th. And about only a second away, if they fight some more, could Orioli get in the mix. Door to door into the S's, and onto the podium goes Becquerel. Off the podium goes Miguel Suarez.
Yeah, it's not really if they battle, it's when they battle here with 5 laps to go. The gloves have been off since about lap 1 for this second group behind Flores and Burgess. So it's Francisco who leads, but it's not going to be easy for him with Gottschalk all over his rear bumper. What a run for Luca Becquerel as well. You saw the move on Miguel Suarez. Now Miguel Suarez is going to put the bumper to the back of the 31 machine, so the RPG driver up a spot. Perriman's going to take advantage of that one too, and with dirt on his tires, Luca Becquerel is going to be under fire now from Maronario.
Through to turn number 1, Jaden Francisco and Win Gottschalk now with a little bit of a gap, and they're still fighting here in the group behind them. To the inside and clear. The Orsolone teammates nearly colliding in turn 1, Alex. That hip-to-hip check there through turn 1 could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, Luca Becquerel there with the dirt on his tires on the last corner there. I think he went wide and one, and I don't think he knew it was his teammate behind him. So nonetheless, Maronario gets the move done, and Luca Becquerel going defensive on Cam Johnson. And now through the S's they go. Cameron, we saw him with the pole yesterday. The pace has been there for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin driver. I think it's just experience that's kind of plagued him throughout this weekend, but he's definitely getting a lot of experience running up with the front guys this weekend. He's had a really good season to this point and looking for his career best result this weekend. Here's a move to the inside. Lawrence Perriman's going to make that move, potentially stick in a 14. Back up front, though. 4 to go for your leaders, Zane Burgess and Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, 4 laps remaining. When do you want to get to the lead here, Alex? You and I both. With all the racing we've watched at this racetrack, you've helped announce as well for some of the club races here. Put yourself in the shoes of Zane or Marcelo. Would you rather lead coming to the 2 to go signal, or would you rather be in second and playing away? Oh, no! Before we get to talk about that, let's talk about the action. Lawrence Perriman into the wall. Out of turn number 2, it looks like. Lawrence Perriman in the 28 BJR MDR machine is out. He crossed the line 5th last time by as he and Miguel Suarez were nose to nose, and I think the 2 of them might have had contact that sent him out into the grass. He's trying to continue, but Lawrence Perriman, oh man, what a heartbreak here at the end of this main.
Yeah, I mean, that was inevitable when you have a group so large here and that tight and just willing to race so hard. Unfortunately, usually one driver ends up on the worst end of it, and so far it looks to be Lawrence Perriman. To answer your question, though, Xander, I mean, we had a pretty long spell there yesterday of consistent drag race to the line finishes of less than a tenth. So to me, I like to be the guy that's doing the drag race. Usually it pays off more for that guy. And I think around this place, especially in the Microsoft category, the driver in second usually has a pretty decent shot at an over-under move with how many hairpins we have. So if I'm Marcelo Flores right now, I like the spot that I'm in, and I have a large enough gap right now, 9.5 seconds. You can race now, and you probably won't lose your lead from the guys in third, especially with how hard they're racing. So to me, I'd rather be in Marcelo Flores' position.
So then the question becomes at that point, if you have the gap and the time to burn, do you try maybe, and test the run that you get on the normal line? Obviously, Zane's probably not defending now. And in the same way here, if you're Jaden Francisco with Win Gottschalk, the 2 of you now are getting to be almost out of drafting range from that pack. Now, one move and Miguel Suarez will be right back there. But they've got the chance to maybe break away. And when you're riding behind someone like this, you're almost, I would think that you'd want to kind of check the run out. See how good of a tow can you get up to someone's bumper and get alongside, just like this. Right there, Flores, time in the run, tried to go to the outside, going to 1. He nosed ahead by the time they got to the corner. When we cut to it, that was right after the line, so I don't know who would have beat them, the other one to the loop.
It was Flores.
Yeah, it shows Flores there by a nose. So if so, that was 6 thousandths. It would have gone the way of Marcelo. But they're dancing already. Lap and a half to go, and Zane is ready to park the bus on the apex.
Well, Burgess knows it, right? So he knows Marcelo Flores' strategy at this point. So if I'm Zane, I wonder if you almost let the guy by. I'm not going to say to park it and just say, Flores, you go through, and I want to be the guy to get the run at the line for the white flag lap. It looks like Zane is content to defend for the lead here, but with a bad exit out of turn number 13, looking over his shoulder there, he's going to park it in the middle of the racetrack, so it's going to make it tough for Flores to go around the outside here, but maybe he can go to the inside. This part of the racetrack, it's quite easy to defend because you can park it on the apex there, and as long as you get a good run on the last corner, it should be yours for the taking. But again, a bad exit there as Santiago Orioli. I don't think it's a mechanical. I think he just spun around going through the S's, so that's going to be a bad break for the MPG driver.
This time, Burgess wins the run to the line as they hit the white flag lap. So what Zane did in the back that time got him the edge across the loop by just a little bit. Based on the timesheets, it looks like it was by about 400ths that time. So now, if you're Marcelo, you didn't win that second drag race. Do you want to get to the lead? It looks like he's trying. Zane is doing everything he can to keep the lead into turn 6 and 7. Flores high, low, big over-under. Nice move. He's got the momentum, but he kind of scrubbed the speed there as Zane started to close the door on the exit. I thought If he would have held that wheel straight, he might have had him, but he didn't. He pulled it over to the inside further. It broke the momentum, and it hurt the speed. On the run, over the hill to 12. Burgess low. He's done a good job the last 2 times in these hairpins. Final time in Micro Swift for the Ohio State Grand Prix. Marcelo was a little wide in 13. He's a bit far back in 14. I don't think it'll be enough. A run to the line. Zane Burgess is going to add to the lead with an exclamation point. Zane wins the Ohio State Grand Prix.
What a run for Zane Burgess. Well deserved there. Further back, this is the battle for that final step on the podium. Who's it going to be? I think it's going to go to Mauro Nario over his teammate Luca Beckerel. So good run for the 2 Orsilon pairing drivers there. Further back, more side-by-side action for the likes of Leo Simone and Danny Ramirez. A comeback drive for Leo Simone, should I say, after spinning the penultimate corner on the halfway point of this feature race. But celebrations all around for the Sodi Kart USA boys and girls. Zane Burgess wins. Marcelo Flores P2. Jaden Francisco leads that second group to the stripe to finish 3rd. Suarez 4th. Marinario rounds out your podium provisionally.
So there you have it here, folks, from Micro Swift as they cross the line. Here's a look at it. Marcelo Flores kept it close. It is still a season-high finish, I believe, for Flores with a P2 run here to close out the long stretch of major events and this 4-day weekend here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series at the Ohio State Grand Prix. P2 for Marcelo. Another major main event win for Zane Burgess. Jaden Francisco 3rd. Miguel Suarez 4th. And Mauro Nario will get onto the box. And a big congratulations from the Orsilon Racing camp here as he goes into the scale line for his first U.S. Pro Kart Series podium. He gets that spot by just 700ths over Luca Beckerel, Cam Johnson, Win Godshock, Byron Borman, and Leo Simone. First main in the books, 3 more to roll before the lunch break, folks. We'll be back after this here with more coverage. You're watching Kart Chaser on the U.S. Pro Kart Series Ohio State Grand Prix weekend from the MCC Kartplex.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, folks. We are ready for main event number 2. KA100 Junior, folks. We'll pull the leaderboard on the left side of your screen here so you can see how they're going to line up for this 25-lap main. And there is a look at Alex Bertignoli, one of the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials, letting the kids know, hey, make sure that you go off the light system. This time it was good, but it's a big jump for the points leader. Garzone around the outside. Ultimately, good enough, though. Chico gets the lead into 2. Can everybody make it through that first hairpin? 2 and 3 wide. Out of turn 2, out of turn 3. We're green down to turn number 4, Alex.
Yeah, you mentioned it. A good start for the outside row of Garzone, but behind him, Davin Roberts was one of the guys that had a pretty poor start. He started 4th. He's outside your top 6 at the moment. We saw the head tap there from Amador Martinez as a bunch of go-karts into the wall there. Exit to turn 4.
Yeah, that is the 825 TKG. One of the LN carts. Might have been Zervs involved, trying to figure out who we all lost there in that first hairpin. So, meanwhile, Alex still good over the chute to turn number 12.
Yeah, look at this. Further back, we're 3 wide, middle of the pack here. Way wide there for, I believe, Martin Hamarillo further back in this one. Now there's a move to the inside for Ty Fisher in a turn 15. Let's see if he can make that one stick. Down the front straightaway we go. It's still an RPG 1-2 now as Amador Martinez got around Sebastian Garzone. 3-car breakaway for these drivers. Further back, it's Alexander Vanchev who leads that second group of Vid Montien and Max Weiland through 3 and down to turn 4. Do we see a move to the inside of Turner Brown here? No. We saw Amador Martinez willing to race his teammate yesterday in the heat races. Vid Montien to the inside of Vanchev. Weiland's going to follow him through, and now Vanchev is going to be under fire from Ty Fisher in the hairpin. Ty Fisher to the inside of Alexander Vanchev as well. Vanchev, he's on a pretty strong summer stretch here once he figured out how to drive that Sodi machine. But it's been putting the races together that he's been struggling with so far this weekend. It's been a really solid run for the 893 machine. This lap, though, he's lost a handful of spots. That being said, the front 3 were starting to race, and it's brought Enzo Vidmontien back into the mix. Vanchev's going to throw it back on the inside, and now Travis Pettit's going to push him wide. So too is Davin Roberts, Golseth, and Gassiet Lee. So Alexander Vanchev now, he started this lap in 4th. He's almost outside your top 10. Back up front, Turner Brown and Amador Martinez, the 2 RPG Cosmics. They were 1 and 2 for a lot of the heat races yesterday when they were on the same track together. Like I mentioned earlier, Amador Martinez was willing to race his teammate cleanly, obviously, but it looks like right now, at this stage in the race, 3 laps into a 25-lap main event, the RPGs look pretty strong. Sebastian Garzone, the only one that's able to really hang with them on pure pace at the moment. Vid Montien right now has no help in front or behind him. Max Weiland is struggling to stay with the tail end of that driver as Gassiet Lee inside of Golseth, and now he's going to go into the dirt, and he's going to get passed by Vanchev as well. So a lot of jockeying for position in the top 10 places at the moment. Back up front, we have a black and white flag for the 825. That's Davin Roberts. So the driver in 7th on the RPM Cosmic machine. A black and white flag. We'll have to see what happened there for Davin. Nonetheless, back up front, your top 3 still pulling away from Enzo Vidmontien. Last time around, Sebastian Garzone was the quickest of the 3 drivers. Actually, quickest on the racetrack right now. The only driver quicker than the 3 of them was Davin Roberts down there in 7th. So after the poor start for him, he's been able to put it back together here, and with the help of a tow from Travis Pettit, that go-kart seemingly come back to life.
Let's look at the movers and shakers on the opening couple of laps here. Obviously, we had a lot of attrition there with a number of drivers going out. That's to be expected when you start 44 in the lead here. Big move there at the end of the S's. That was for the top couple spots. Amador Martinez, Turner Brown, and Sebastian Garzone. Garzone throwing it down the inside. Now here's Enzo Vidmontien going through on it. Looks like Martinez. So Amador back to the 4th position. Chico still in the lead, but the points leader, Sebastian Garzone, making some moves, and Enzo Vidmontien doing the same. Big shake-up in your top 5 here at the end of lap number 5.
Well, now the question is, what do you do if you're Sebastian Garzone? Because right now you have a decent advantage over Vidmontien. You know the pace is there for Enzo. Last time around, 58.401. Quickest on the racetrack, went purple. So the pace on the board, the TKG machine is there early doors in this one. So if you're Garzone, do you try to push Turner Brown away from Vidmontien, knowing that it probably won't be enough, seeing the pace that Enzo has? Or do you get around Turner Brown and make this a chaotic KA100 Junior race that we've come accustomed to seeing? Through the S's for Turner Brown. Slightly defensive for him against Sebastian Garzone. He knows the move that Garzone did on Amador Martinez a couple laps ago. He'll be expecting it here. Down the back straightaway we go for Garzone and Turner Brown. Through turn 14 we go. Let's see if there's a move further up the field for the lead for the Orsilon driver. Further back, Vidmontien is ahead of Amador Martinez. Max Weiland, so did a pretty good job there in that 5th place spot. Here we go on the front straightaway. Sebastian Garzone to the inside. Turner Brown's going to let him through, but with that, Vidmontien's going to say thank you very much. I'll take 2nd place as well. Now those 3, with the racing that's happening up front, has allowed Amador Martinez and Max Weiland to join the mix as well. Max Weiland's over his shoulder. He sees that he has about a 1-second gap back to the Race Lab TV machine of Travis Pettit. But Pettit, with the assistance of Davin Roberts, are going to be in the mix shortly here if the top 5 continues the race. Sebastian Garzone is your points leader heading into this weekend. He knows what he needs to do to keep his championship rivals behind, one of which is, in fact, Enzo Vidmontien. The other in this group is Turner Chico Brown. So really, this is the battle for that championship fight at the moment. Obviously, before we go to Newcastle Motorsports Park here, through 14 and down to 15 we go. Enzo Vidmontien to the inside. He's going to go to the lead now. Garzone spun around there in turn 15. Turner Brown's going to go through, Weiland through, Pettit through, a whole bunch of go-karts through as Sebastian Garzone trying to get his motor back fired up here. He's going to fall almost outside the top 10 here. He might. He's going to go exactly to 11th there. So Sebastian Garzone started this lap in 1st, down in 11th, and these drivers know it now.
Yeah, big slide down the order for Davin Roberts. What a moment that was, and for Garzone as well. Sorry, Garzone going back all the way down. Travis Pettit through with Ty Fisher. The 2 of them look to maybe go around Roberts. We got more spinners down in turn number 1. Another big contact. One driver into the wall, and one of the RPG Cosmics involved has a heavily bent right side pod. So that was back about midway through the field. Chaos all over, and some more passes there at the end of the S's. I don't know who got shoveling. Gassi Lee kind of lost a spot there to Alex Vanchev. But Enzo Vidmontien, through these couple of laps, working his way through the grid, getting to the lead, and once again triggers that fight behind. Now they've got to really try to work together to hunt him down. There's a look at Nathan Golseth. And, red flag. This changes everything. Big time impact down at turn number 1. And we are going to bring the on-site medical team out now. So that will take us under red flag conditions for the first time all weekend. We'll have to bring the racing to a halt. KA Junior's coming to a slow and stop there. And Enzo Vidmontien frustrated as he bangs the side pod. And I don't blame him, Alex. Obviously, this is the right thing to do. They need to make sure they can get that medical team out to check in on the driver. But sadly, it erases the 1.5-second lead that Enzo had just built up.
Yeah, well, to be fair to the rest of the field as well, this is one of those racetracks where if you're by yourself in the lead and there's a group behind you that is willing to work together, I don't think that 1.5-second lead would have lasted too long. I mean, the draft around this place in the KA class is worth quite a bit, and with Turner Brown, Max Weiland maybe working together as well, I would have been shocked if Vidmontien was able to pull away, but we've seen Vidmontien have success this year doing that exact thing where he causes kind of chaos behind and then pulls away, and he's been very, very good at that. That's why he's in the championship fight in both the junior classes. But, understandable frustration for him, obviously, because that lead is going to be gone. And I actually think with the red flag, and it goes back to the lap before, he may not even be the leader when we go green. We'll have to see what the order is, what USPS officials decide should be the order when we get refired shortly.
That'll give us a moment to step away, folks, here. We'll be back on the other side of the break with some intel of the driver involved in the incident and what will happen here. But you can see Porter, the head flagman, letting all the drivers know it's all right. Take your gear off. Go ahead and step away from the go-kart. No mechanical work is allowed to be done. And they'll get the grid lined and ready to go when we are back on the other side. So hang tight for a moment, folks. KA Junior red flag on lap number 7 brings us to the first halt of the day.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I only can do one of you guys. I'll come back. Guys, I don't have anyone. that number. You got a pen, Adam? Yeah. Just 859 one side and the one that you've got. Can't touch it, mate. The accident, car just went around where the kid was coming right up the corner. Does anybody know that they're going to need an external starter? I'm wanting to know if any of them know they need an external starter. Get it right. 836. Hey, Bert. If you don't restart, wave your hand. We'll come over. 825 behind the 818. 828. We have to reverse the previous lap. 807. 867. 867. Behind the 807. 868. Leave one spot in front of you. Yeah, because 867 is going in front of you. 888. No 888. 803, so you're good there. 884. 853. 800.
Away from 90.7.
All right, hopefully that will start up again because your wire was off down here. That's what was killing it.
Welcome back here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati here for round 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series here. Green flag racing is about to get underway here after a red flag delay with a scare incident with a couple of drivers. I believe one of them was Gage Bailey, so let's hope that he is okay. After the incident, I think we'll be able to get a report soon on how that driver is doing. Nonetheless, though, we're going to get ready to do our warm-up lap here, and let's see how they are going to line up here for our restart. It looks as though it might be Turner, Chico Brown that's going to lead these drivers back to the green flag with Weiland and Davin Roberts as well. We saw Enzo Vidmontien have trouble getting going after the red flag there, but luckily with the help of a starter, he was able to get back up and running and where he's supposed to be restarting this main event for the KA100 Junior drivers here. So as they get ready to round the final couple of corners and take the second green flag of this feature race, it is going to be Enzo Vidmontien. So he did get the lead right before that red flag came out, and when it went back to the lap before, he was still the leader. So the TKG Kart Republic driver leads this field to green. Turner Brown in second, Max Weiland. Then it's Davin Roberts, Travis Pettit, your top 5. His teammate Ty Fisher behind him, Gassiet Lee, Vanchev as well, Nate Golseth. Sebastian Garzone, your points leader heading into this weekend, is going to be in 11th to start this one. Green flag is out. Vidmontien, bottom of the racetrack, he goes. So too does the rest of the field. It's a snake down the front straightaway there into turn number 2. Now around the outside we go, I believe for Eric Doan on Golseth. Can't make that move stick through turns number 2 and 3. Now here goes Vidmontien, bottom of the racetrack he goes. Chico Brown can't go around the outside of him. Davin Roberts looking for a move on Max Weiland. Can't make that one stick either.
Driver involved, we mentioned as well, again, Gage Bailey getting checked out. There were a couple others that also went out on that first couple of laps. Max Christie, another one of them. Isaac Gardner, Isaac Nolan, and Chaz Varial, and Remy Andretos all out. But we are good with Moe's. Sadly, Jackson Wolney will join the group towards the rear. He and it looks like, was that Dean Peterson maybe in the 858? That got together. That was Drew Jensen. Sorry, Jensen in the 858, Peterson in the 859, I believe, or 52. But the 858 and Drew Jensen together with Jackson Wolney, both going to the rear off the restart. Vidmontien leads the first lap back underway with Chico Brown right on his heels. And oh, big move, big moment there from Chico. He hangs on to it there.
Yeah, grab the curbing there, the inside of turn number 1. You don't want to do that too often. Davin Roberts there drops a tire, exit of turn 3. Chico Brown makes amends for his mistake out of the exit of turn number 1. He's through. Travis Pettit as well. The Race Lab TB machine is looking good early on in this one. So the 828, and look at that, his teammate's going to follow him through. TB Kart right now feeling strong in KA100 Junior. They've been struggling this weekend, more so in the X30 side of things for Ty Fisher and Pettit, but in the KA side of things, it's been quick. Travis Pettit up to P3, Ty Fisher to 5th now.
Through the long sweeper at turn number 12, over to 13, a little wiggle low for Roberts. And granted, Chico Brown did have that big slide in turn 1, but Turner has reeled in Enzo. That might have been the moment I thought Enzo could build the lead again, but he has tracked him back down to less than a car length in at turn number 1. We've got a fight on our hands here in KA Junior, and Turner's going to take it in turn 2. Right on cue there, new leader.
Wow, and further back, Weiland trying to go around the outside of Pettit. You can't really do that in turn number 3. Pettit's going to have to go defensive if he wants to hold that position, and Ty Fisher's going to throw it up the inside. So too is Vidmontien. He couldn't make that move stick, and now he's on the back foot here down towards turn number 6. Pettit thought about a move, but Chico Brown going defensive here. Diego Ardila is going to shove Gassiet Lee off the racetrack, and then through goes Amador Martinez.
Yeah, that was a lot of elbow grease there from Diego Ardiles. Gassiet Lee at least finds some help now. There indeed is Peters in the 859 right in front, right behind him, who had just gotten by, I believe, 1 or 2 more that lap. Vidmontien, though, retaking the point. Pettit moving through to 2nd. Weiland into 4th. Fisher in 5th. Roberts 6th across the line. 9 complete. It's a long way to go, boys, but everyone is still fighting. Big move to the inside. This time it's Garzone making the pass in turn 1 on Vanchev. And up front you saw Pettit kind of to fade low there. He felt the heat from Chico. Fisher did the same, but he was actually making a move to get by on Mad Max Weiland for 4th.
Yeah, Pettit and Vidmontien going defensive on Turner Brown here. Here comes Ty Fisher as well. So if Fisher can get up to his teammate who's going to the inside, Travis Pettit, he's up to the lead, but Vidmontien round the outside. He's going to make that move stick through turn number 6. So Pettit thought about the lead. He actually had it for about 3 seconds there. And now Ty Fisher, his teammate, is falling back here. Sebastian Garzone's got around him. Fisher's going to push Vanchev all the way into the dirt to make that move stick, but Ty Fisher is going to hold on to that one. Davin Roberts now to the inside of Travis Pettit. Pettit on the wrong side of the racetrack here to hold on to that 5th place spot. He's going to lose it now to Sebastian Garzone. Is on a comeback drive as Peyton Westcott seems to have lost drive here. The exit of turn number 15. She's got it back going again, but that's going to cost her a bunch of spots.
Peyton Westcott had a rough and tumble day yesterday after so much speed through qualifying, and the young lady sadly will have another bummer end to the weekend here at MCC. She's going to drop all the way back to 33rd is where she'll cross the line at the end of that lap. Heartbreak for Peyton. Meanwhile, the leaders, well, they've separated a little. They might separate more with moves like that. Garzone, kind of a half pass there on the inside of Davin Roberts. Broke his momentum a lot, but Sebastian cut Davin a break, and Chico's going to try and pull Enzo's move there in turn 11, but it ends up hurting him more. Vidmontien holds the lead. Brown is going to lose 1, 2, 3 spots as he goes back to position number 5.
And all of that is going to bring the entire field seemingly back into the mix, all the way down to what looks to be Tristan Murphy, maybe even Bristol Bourneman is in this mix. I mean, seemingly the entire top 20 right now is in a single file train here, almost halfway through this 25-lap main event. This is going to help. Vidmontien's going defensive early. Garzone's going to look around the outside. There's a lot of grip there. We've talked about it all weekend. Let's see if he can find it. Max Weiland's going to shove him out of road.
Yeah, but he still did get 1 spot out of the whole deal going ahead of Davin Roberts. But, I mean, Enzo Vidmontien feeling the pressure, and it's going to, like you said, stack them all up. I mean, this is unbelievable right now. 20 drivers pretty much in the lead pack in KA Junior, and there it is. There's the first of the explosions. Benham Abernathy gets sent sideways through the brake zone. He ends up into the right rear tire of what looked to be Eric Doan in 15th. Another one out. Nate Golseth into the wall over in turn number 11, and the Arcane Motorsports entry was 10th across the line. And we've just lost a few. We still have probably too many to stay clean to the end. Brown, another spot backwards. Here goes Pettit on by to take over 5th. And Vidmontien gets a little bit of breathing room finally. it feels like, as Brown tries to go back on Travis. Gets through in turn 1. Here comes Ardiles. He'll go to the inside in turn 2. Fisher will follow. Vanchev will follow. Martinez trying to go also. The first time for all these kids together all weekend, and it has been straight up chaos here in KA Junior.
Yeah, well, Ardiles' comeback drive is on right now. I mean, he's all the way up into that top 6 now, top 7 or so. And somehow, some way, he and Chico Brown seem to always find each other on the racetrack. Those two have been trading wins all season long. They were on each other's team at one point, and now they flip-flopped, and now it's Turner Brown on RPG, Ardiles on Speed Composites Racing. Here we go. Enzo Vimontienne. It may seem early, but 13 laps in, that's when Enzo decides, you know what, I'm going to defend my lead here. So this 4-kart breakaway, for the moment, has turned back into 10 or more as Turner Brown's back in the mix. He's brought Ty Fisher with him, Ardiles as well. Vanchev's further back there, and so too is Amador Martinez. Down the front straightaway we go for Sebastian Garzon, who's going to look to the outside, look for the crossover here in the 1, but Vimontienne parks it on the apex to make it tougher for Sebastian Garzon to make a move. Chico Brown around the outside of Davin Roberts there. We see that second groove really forming in turn 2.
Yeah, it is only going to get better as well, Alex. The more guys that go up there and clean the groove off and lay rubber down will make it easier and easier as we get to the end of the race. Keep in mind, folks, there is still 11 laps to go right now. There is so much time left in this junior main. I mean, someone could crash out, basically. Peyton Westcott might end up in this lead group by the time we get to the checkers if she can get rolling again after her moment that sent her down to 33rd. Still going over the hill. Vimontienne to the low side with Garzon and everyone trying to follow him down into turn number 12. And I don't think we'll see any changes through that sweeper. Nothing through the last 2 turns either. As they round turn 14 and head to the dogleg, it'll stay the same. Vimontienne to Garzon, Weiland, Brown, Roberts, and a little bit of a wiggle for Garzon, maybe? No, he can't get through in turn 1. Big moment there for Ty Fisher, though. He got shuffled out by Amador Martinez and lost 2 positions. And, contact. 3, 4 carts together. Ardiles in the dirt. Out to the wayside for Chico Brown. Contact. Petted into the back of Martinez. There is more and more argy-bargy racing, and as tempers are going to begin to flare for these junior drivers, I'm worried here, Alex, that we might have something get even worse before this race is done.
Yeah, I mean, you could fool me if this was the last lap of a main event here, but nonetheless, I mean, I think some of this racing has maybe been too far for some of these drivers. Gloves off here with 10 to go. All that racing, though, again, now we have a 4-kart breakaway back out front. There really isn't a need for them to start defending too early, but the way that we've been seeing them drive, it wouldn't shock me one bit if we see them start to white line once again. Turner Brown now has a bit of breathing room behind him with Vanchev now, and then it's Pettit, Martinez, Ty Fisher. Too much to call here, Xander. It seems to be flip-flopping every single time. We see Travis Pettit now lose a spot to Amador Martinez, who got pushed to the wayside a couple laps ago. His charge back through is starting now. Vimontienne, bottom of the racetrack he goes. Garzon's going to follow him. So too is Weiland. Look for the big over-under here from Chico Brown. Out of turn 4, now down towards turn number 6. Do we see a dive from Chico Brown? Round the outside here he goes. Can't make that move stick. The more drivers that start to do that move as well, the more that second groove is going to form in turn 6. There goes Dean Peterson on his teammate Chase Gasly, side by side through the S's. That's not what you want to see if you're the Nash Motorsports crew there, seeing your 2 boys going at it through the S's. Down the back straight we go for Vimontienne, who's going to continue to do this for the rest of the race. Like I mentioned, Xander, it was 4 karts. The second you start the white line, it becomes a train again.
Yeah, now we're up to 7 or 8, now 9. Here, move to the inside. Travis Pettit, heads up move there, and Ty Fisher is going to pay back Amador Martinez for the little hip check they had earlier with another tick back, and who knows if there was more to it. Vimontienne fending off Garzon. Garzon had a look down low, couldn't get there. Weiland doing the same. They're stacking back up again, and we still have a lot of time left, but Enzo has been able to remain at the forefront of the group the entire way. No one's been able to find a way past the 895 in the last 10 laps or so, Alex. So call it whatever you want, but defending at the right time and then getting a gap and driving away, that's how Harley Keeble won the pro race here last year. That's how Enzo's trying to win this KA Junior main this year.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this is not the last time we see this today. Sebastian Garzon thought about really lunging one into turn number 11, thought better of it. It's going to take a lunge at this point, or maybe even a bumper to get around Vimontienne, because the way this racetrack works out, I mean, with these, switchback sort of corners, it's actually paying off Vimontienne to make it happen. And what he's doing so well, actually, is parking out on the apex of turn number 1, and Garzon is trying to do the crossover, but he keeps hitting the bumper of Vimontienne. So I think if Garzon, honestly, one time tries to sell the move and just go around the outside of Vidmontien. He couldn't make it stick here. He thought there was enough room for a go-kart, but it immediately shut as Vidmontien closes the door. Ty Fisher now gets around his teammate Travis Pettit there. Ardiles gets back around Amador Martinez, and now Vidmontien, I thought for a moment Garzone was going to ground him. It's going to take a bit of magic here for Garzone to make something happen.
Yeah, he's got to get up there, and probably like you said, Alex, I think the only way you get around Enzo Vidmontien is probably putting the chrome horn to him, and you got to do it sooner rather than later. You see that he's giving him a few love taps here and there. Enzo's banking on those, so he's already overcompensating by dragging the brake pedal to make sure they can't get around him. And you're going to have to hit him pretty hard, and they're trying, obviously, someone, all of the drivers, I don't think any of them wants to throw their race away with a pushback penalty, but, that's the risk that you would take of trying to move someone out of the groove. A little more shuffle in there. Nathan Dupuis, Alexander Vanchev, in the Sodi, trying to mix it up. Vanchev got, I think, a spot out of all of that. And yeah, he ended up 7th. Look at Chico. He's going to try something. How about all the way around the outside to 3rd? He almost had 2nd there out of turn 2.
That's what it's going to take. I think for Garzone to make something happen into 1, where whenever Vidmontien parks it on the apex, that's Garzone's best spot. Travis Pettit there, while we were looking at the lead, lost a handful of spots. He was right behind Ty Fisher last time around when they crossed the stripe. This time around, Travis Pettit has fallen back to about 10th now. He's got Gassiet Lee and Michael McGoy all over his bumper. Through the S's we go. Vidmontien once again parks it on the apex. Garzone gives him a little bit of a love tap, more than a love tap than I think we've seen in previous laps. Further back, they're side by side. Ardiles has help from Amador Martinez and company. He's going to get through on Alexander Vanchev. Up on the curbing goes Dean Peterson. We only have 5 laps to go, and Garzone's done it. Garzone found a hole, and he makes the move stick. So now it's up to Vidmontien to repay the favor there. Garzone's turn to go and defend.
Chico almost got around Enzo as well. He couldn't quite do it on the end of the straightaway. Lots of more pushing and shoving through turns 1 and 2. They'll fight to the bottom. Fisher's going to go to the high side this time, but he'll get trapped in the marbles and lose a position. So now Sebastian Garzone goes down to the low side to defend, and Enzo gave him a little focus forward, open the door. Yeah, right. I don't think anyone is going to open the door in the lead at this point. 6 to go, and Enzo gives a little love tap there to Garzone this time, trying to root him off the groove.
Enzo doing exactly what Sebastian Garzone probably should have done a couple of laps ago, but Enzo now he's done pretty well throughout the year, doing what he just did throughout this race so far. With 5 to go here, Vidmontien finds a hole. Garzone, small little hip check there just to assert dominance there over the field as it stands at the moment. We're coming to 4 laps remaining for these KA100 Juniors, and this train has grown to about 20 go-karts once again. It's Garzone, Vidmontien, Chico Brown. Weiland's got a pretty good run here. I will say, Peyton Westcott a couple laps ago was 16 seconds back from the lead. She's 5 seconds back.
And it's going to get closer here, although there was a big moment there for Alex Vanchev in turn number 1 where he got sideways and the gap opened up from the back of this kind of 7 or 8 car group. So now Fisher versus Martinez, door to door, nothing happening there. That's for 6th. So they have a 7-car breakaway, but Garzone is backing him up again. Vanchev's trying to lead his pack back up to them. He'll get there and they'll reconnect the dots. We're back up to the mid-teens of where the lead pack goes to, but they're just gridlocked. There's nothing you can do in a position like this outside of make a mistake and go backwards. You can't really make your own luck to go forward. You're just hoping someone else in front of you has some bad luck or something happen. I'd say that. Fisher there, that was slick getting by Ardiles, just 1 car length enough, and Diego's getting shoved. I mean, they're all, I'm sure at this point, probably frustrated, getting pushed and shoved. It doesn't feel good. It can rile you up, but credit to where credit's due. Here's that outside move in turn 1. Vidmontien back to the lead.
He knew how to make the move stick because Garzone, he's doing what Garzone was doing a couple laps ago. You had to go around the outside in 1 if you're going to park it on the apex there. So Enzo Vidmontien, really smart stuff from the TKG driver. Now it's back to Garzone's turn. But really, it's just those two flip-flopping 1st and 2nd place because Chico Brown, he's been stuck because all he sees in front of him is 2 drivers in front of him defending each other. Here's Gassiet Lee defending from Michael McGoy. I think behind Hamarillo, that might actually be Peyton Westcott, who was off the racetrack halfway through this one. She's actually back in the lead group, Xander.
For those of you watching, or if this is your first time seeing any of our streams or any of the racing, this is not normal. You don't normally have all of these drivers stacked up the way they are, and it's a miracle there hasn't been more chaos, but I think part of that's because the speeds are so low from the low lining. So as they head to the line, 3 to go. Last time around, Enzo got the lead with an outside move. Garzone looking back to Chico. He's going to try it. Not quite there, and nothing will happen to it. Brown to the high side in turn 2 around the outside of Garzone as they battle behind as well. Roberts versus Martinez, and Chico ended up losing a position. Weiland got to 3rd out of that. Fisher into the 5th spot. Vanchev on the outside. He'll lose 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Martinez went wide as well, but that broke the group up. 4 karts with a little gap back to Ty Fisher in 5th. That'll go away in a minute. There is a look at Peyton Westcott and Nathan Golseth. Oh, big contact behind them, though. 4 or 5 cars collected, 6 involved. We talked about Westcott, include Nate Golseth and new leader. Garzone back to the point over Vid Montien in 11. But Nathan Golseth and Peyton Westcott crashing out of this main are back in the lead pack and back into the top 20.
There's hope for a top 10 for those drivers. I think getting up to the top 5 has been pretty tough because the same top 4, it's been the same for the past couple of laps. That being said, 2 laps to go. I would say, they're going to start defending now, Xander, but it's been like that since lap 2. So for Garzone, he goes a little bit wide next to turn number 1. I thought Vid Montien was going to have his best chance so far. Davin Roberts, he wants to try the outside of 2. There's a lot of grip forming over there, but he couldn't make it stick. That's the only issue with going to the outside of turn number 2 is it becomes really tight for turn number 3. Ardila is around the outside of Davin Roberts, but he's going to run on a road there. Further back, Martinez going side by side with Alexander Vanchev and Chase Gassiet Lee. Here goes Garzone and Vid Montien. He tried the outside move there, Vid Montien. He's really just plotting where he can make a move for the final lap.
Well, it's got to be a quick corner right there. Turn 11, new leader, Vid Montien, but an over-under from Garzone. Here comes Weiland. He's all the way in the runoff. And a contact move there as Vid Montien threw a hip check at Brown. Now Enzo to the wayside. Turner into 2nd. Weiland side by side for 3rd. He'll go to 4th. Fisher into the top 3, and they're going to stack up now. That pack is finally exploding. White flag, 3-car breakaway up front. Garzone looks back. He can finally hit his normal marks, and Fisher says, Chico, let's go get him.
I think Turner Brown's got a really good shot here. I've seen this movie before. When you have too good of a lead in the KA class, as long as Ty Fisher can give Turner Brown a little bit of help, down the back straight, it's going to be tough, but this is going to help them. They're going to 3 wide into turn number 4. Garzone, bottom of the racetrack. He's now forced his hand. He has to defend the rest of the race. Not that he doesn't have any practice doing that because he's done it all race long. Bottom of the racetrack in 6th. Chico Brown follows him through. Ty Fisher, he's stuck in 3rd at the moment.
Ty Fisher has never won an American national race before. He's 3rd. He's been in this spot before trying for a big over-under. He'll get a nose down low on Chico, but it won't be enough. More contact further back. One of the Nash machines off and into the grass. Garzone still low through 12. 2 turns to go. Into 13. Brown in 2nd. Nowhere in the last turn. Big over-under maybe. Fisher's close. Here comes Weiland and Roberts. The run to the line. Sebastian Garzone has Orsolon Racing on their feet, and it will be a close one, but Garzone hangs on to win the main.
Wow, further back, there's Nate Golfest. We were talking about him early on in the race. He was wrecked at the exit of turn number 11. He ends up crossing the stripe down there, I believe, in the top 15 or so, but it was Sebastian Garzone by 0.03 of a second over Turner Brown, less than a 10th. Separates your top 3 with Ty Fisher rounding out the top 3. Weiland and Roberts, your provisional podium here, Xander. But Diego Ardila is 6th. Vid Montien 7th after getting shuffled to the wayside there in the latter half of this race. Martinez, Vanchev, Pettit, your top 10. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of post-race penalties, and Stewart's going to have a lot to say about that one. But it was incredible for us to watch. And like you said, if this is one of your first times tuning in to any race, especially a KA100 Junior race, it's not normally like this. Usually it's pretty chaotic, but maybe for the top 5, the top 10, not for the top 20.
Well, there's a look across the way at the grandstands that are full. And how about that? The Orsolon Racing crew are fired up. Sebastian Garzone has the entire team on their feet after that one. That was war, and the battle won by the boys in black and green here in KA100 Junior. Gotta think that one back a little bit of how it all went down, but here's how the top 15 crossed the timing line with, I'm sure, a lot of extra review. All the way down to 10th there with Travis Pettit. The gaps opened up at the end. Peyton Westcott, 14th, 4 seconds back from the lead. She was wrecked and came dang near to a stop in turn 13. She drives back forward, and also further back, Nate Golseth. We saw him facing the wrong direction into the wall in turn 11. He drove back up into the top 15. He got shuffled a little bit into the grass coming to the line. He ends up 17th. Those were the two ones that we saw on camera. Who knows how many other drivers crashed, went to the back, went to the front, went to the back again, and back somewhere around the middle to finish that KA Junior main. But when you send 45 of them out there, and they all are fast enough, especially with the amount of laps that all these kids have gotten over the last 3 months here at this racetrack, they're going to be on top of each other. It only takes really one driver, Alex, to kind of start the low lining and defending, and then everyone has to follow. Everyone has to do it. You know, it's that you can start and say, all right, we're all going to work together. We're all going to be clean. One driver opts to go a little more aggressive, and it's a snowball effect, and everyone starts driving aggressive. And it's what you have to do. I mean, again, if everyone else is lined up and they're all low lining and you don't, well, you're just asking to get past. And in the same way, you've got to work together when they're working together for it to stay that way. It's got to be almost like a hold the line type mentality to work out. But once someone starts going low, well, the whole race is going to turn out that way pretty quickly. And credit where credit is due. Sebastian Garzone had a sweet around the outside move. There was a couple of really good passes for him and Enzo Vidmontien getting creative. And, you know, as frustrating as that racing can sometimes get watching as a driver with so much defensive driving and less offensive driving, I will say it was cool to kind of watch the kids evolve through the race, Sebastian and Enzo, and have to really get creative. You know, in the beginning, nobody had the guts to try around the outside in turn 1. By the end, there were like 3 passes around the outside in turn 1 for the lead, much less further back. The same turn 2. Early on in the race, waited till about lap 7 or 8, and then a couple drivers started running the second lane when they'd go low in turn 2, turn 7. So, you know, they all learned a lot, I'm sure. Unfortunately, this is the last race of the year on the national tour at Cincinnati in KA Junior, but that was a lot of evolution, and not just of the racetrack or the go-karts, but of the drivers themselves also. And unfortunately, what came with that was a lot of penalties. There was a lot of cleanup. There was a lot of attrition. We had that red flag moment earlier with Gage Bailey. We'll give you an update on Gage when we can. It was a scary moment for him. But there's still more cleanup to do, folks. So we're going to step to the wayside for a second and come back with more. We've got KA100 Senior, our third of the 4 groups set to run in the morning section of the mains, on deck.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Welcome back, folks, to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. KA Senior onto the racetrack. Let's take you through the starting lineup really quickly as they have completed their warm-up lap. James Overbeck, Cameron Weinberg on the front row. You can find the rest of your favorite drivers here as we'll show through the pages of how they will line for the main event. The last couple just getting into position with a grand total of about 32, it looks like, on the grid for KA100 Senior. So a little bit less, but they're all together for the first time this weekend, and they're green on the first try-by. Good start for James Overbeck. Fernando Luque is going to follow him into second. Couple drivers wide there, 3 wide, a couple rows back. Finn Bailiff in the middle, and there's a few that got popped wide there. More contact in the middle, and they're all stuck together. 7, 8, 9 cars. Adrian Cruz, Chris Harrower, Javier Herrera, Emery Lida. Oh, man, more involved as well. All stuck on the inside of turn number 2.
Oh, man, one of the standouts of the weekend so far, Javier Herrera. He's had a career-best national run to this point. Unfortunately, that's going to end his chances at a top 5 finish, maybe even a win here in the KA Senior category. We just saw a chaotic KA100 Junior feature race here, and if that's anything to go off of, this might even be just as insane here with Overbeck leading, Fernando Luque in second. He had a pretty good start there around the outside. We saw Cameron Weinberg lose that second place spot to Luque at the start. Cooper Shipman, a great start. AJ Myers had to start outside the top 7. He is up into the top 5, and there's a damage to Javier Herrera's front end of that go-kart.
That front end is destroyed, and there's more contact here. Kane Martin giving a little bump there to Connor Ferris in turn number 2, moves him up and out of the groove, and Overbeck, well, they all just watched the juniors do it. I guess we're going to do it in the second lap of senior as well. Down low, and everyone trying to just hold the position. Overbeck, Luque, Weinberg, Cooper Shipman, and A.J. Myers, the top 2 in the championship. They've got to be puckering after watching that KA Junior main, Alex, and going, oh, man, are we going to have 20 guys all lined up, and one of us might get wrecked and lose that many points? And thankfully, there's only about 10 in the group now. But if they all stay on the bottom side like this, well, it's got to be more.
Well, this is the biggest thing with that championship battle you talk about. Shipman and A.J. Myers cannot afford to have, a bad points day. But Cameron Weinberg, a driver that comes into this weekend 5th, really 3rd because of the likes of Miles and Vasquez not being here. He's about 400 points back from the lead. He's a driver that could actually start to cause some chaos out front, knowing that he's really the worst he can do is probably a 5th out of the championship this weekend going into Newcastle. But Cooper Shipman around the outside of Weinberg. Going to see Weinberg not going to give him too much room, but I'm actually shocked that he gave him enough room to let AJ through as well, and the likes of Jose Carlos Hernandez. So it's going to cost Weinberg a handful of spots, and like we mentioned, that white lining, it turned a 6-car train into 15.
Well, while the white lining is still going, Overbeck and Luque have a little bit of a gap, and well, the kid that was able to win the White Line Fest in KA Junior is standing by, Sebastian Garzone. Sebastian, you had the whole Orsolone team going absolutely bonkers. Fabio, I think, cried about 5 times during that main watching you, and you pull off the win. How does it feel? And talk to me about that race.
Because at the beginning of the race, they take me out, and I was like P11. So I concentrate only to push in the front and try to get. And it was very difficult because all one was blocking, so I need to bend, run the outside. All that I try, I win. I'm standing from the championship.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sebastian. Now you came into the weekend with a small championship lead, 400 points for the race win, good heats, a bigger lead. What would it mean to become a U.S. national champion with the U.S. Pro Kart Series in a month's time?
No, it will be great because it will be my first time winning this championship, and now to work out better for Indianapolis.
Sebastian, thank you very much for chatting with us. Who would you like to thank?
To my team Orsolone Racing, to my coaches, to God, to my engine builder Breen, and all my family, my sister, my dad, my mom, that is supporting me. Oh.
Congratulations, Sebastian, on the race win. We're going to get back to the KA Seniors. We appreciate the time, buddy. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
There you have it from Sebastian Garzone, folks. Your KA Junior winner And, well, it paid off doing what he did for James Overbeck, but we've got two together. The 929 and the 990, Kane Martin and Jose Carlos Hernandez together at the exit of turn number 2, Alex.
Yeah, well, that's inevitable, again, when you have such a large group. Look at this lead from James Overbeck. I don't think it's going to last that long if these three behind him can start to work together, but with the chaos behind him, with Kane Martin and them getting together and Shipman and Myers going at it a couple laps ago, it's allowed Overbeck to actually have about a 6/10 advantage. Now A.J. Myers, he was your pole sitter. We know he's quick over one lap. His long run pace seems to be pretty good. Obviously, he had that spark plug issue in that third and final heat race. He actually popped it off with his elbow, he said, through turn number 4. So nonetheless, it didn't, mean too bad of a starting spot for him. And clearly, the pace is still there on board the Magic Machine. Last time by, though, Overbeck was a 10th quicker. We saw Cooper Shipman think about a late lunge into 2. It actually cost him some lap time there, and Finnegan Bailiff's going to go maybe for a move into turn number 4. This might start the white line fest for that battle for third here.
Yeah, but I think all of them at this point are not going to do it for the lead. I mean, yeah, Finn Bailiff going by on Shipman. He kind of had to go. Cooper probably still needs to clean those tires off for a little bit longer, but A.J. Myers did close up a couple hundredths on Overbeck last time. Looks like he's closed a little more this time. Finn Bailiff caught up with him last night for a moment, and he was like, yeah, we're trying to figure out what's that last piece we need as Cameron Weinberg goes by for third. They were just missing a little bit. You know, he's obviously run good in the previous events here, but, you know, hearing from everyone how different the track is from even the last event, whether you ran the SCUSA Pro Tour in the Star Series or not, hasn't changed much. And now Finn's got an issue. Look at that right side pod. We'll see it when he comes back around on the opposite end of the racetrack. I think one of the bolts just broke on the right side pod for Finnegan Bailiff. Watch him through turn number 4. Look at the back end of the side pod on the 949. And I don't know where the contact would have been. You can see the numbers are blackened from someone obviously touching it, and it broke the bolt out. So with it dragging, it's not going to be, I don't think, an instant disqualification or a meatball, but it will affect him in the left-handed turns now with that right side of the cart digging into the asphalt. And now, instead of just the tires and mainly that outside rear or the outside front digging in, that right side pod is also going to dig into the ground here. So he's managing it well on the left-handers, but we'll have to keep an eye on if Finn Bailiff starts to fade back. That might be the reason.
Yeah, let's see if hopefully it doesn't go on him in there, and that would be an instant disqualification from the event. Right now, it looks to be good enough for Finn Bailiff there. It's just dragging on the ground, like you said, through those right-handers there. It could be dragging quite a bit, and even through the lefts. I think it's just going to overall affect them and probably be distracting more than anything to a driver. That being said, last time by, A.J. Myers a 10th quicker than James Overbeck. No one quicker than Cameron Weinberg behind him, the only driver in the 57-second bracket so far in this main event. We're still early into this one, 8 laps into a 25-lap feature race. Cooper Shipman right now fading early. We saw him get passed for third, and Cooper Shipman didn't seem to put up too much of a fight for that one. Since then, he's dropped a second to Finn Bailiff, and he's actually losing time to the likes of Raheem Alabai and others behind him as well. So he's by himself in that 6th place spot. The Iron Rock driver, he's playing it safe here as the points leader, but you can't play it too safe when your main rivals, A.J. Myers, is contending for a win right now.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman had that moment early, but the longer he takes to kind of get rolling on the Iron Rock Tony Kart, or if the speed never materializes, well, it's going to be more and more concerning about the point swing. We've talked about them through the heat races. The heats only pay 100 points to win. The main 400 to win. So yeah, you can win all 3 of your heats, but if your competitor does better in the main event or he wins the main, that's a 100-point difference on that position alone. And A.J. Myers has just finally caught up to James Overbeck. And on the flip side, Cooper Shipman seems to be struggling a little bit for speed right now. He's all in no man's land back in that 6th position. And if he's not careful, he may go further back because Raheem Alabai and Eli Warren, Mick Gabriel, they're running some decent times, although they are battling, it looks like, back for that 7th and 8th position. We're waiting, though, before we go back there to see if and when the Magic Man wants to put the Magic Kart up front. That time out of the last turn, Overbeck carried a little more speed, picked up a little dirt, but still ended up better than AJ, and he pulled that gap back out a 0.5 So back to net neutral there. Here's a look at that next pack. Eli Warren, Mick Gabriel on the AEM Cosmic. The biggest mover so far is Ryan Persing, who runs right behind him. How about the 909? 12 spots up for the Nash Motorsports entry of Ryan Persing, and it looks like he was partly involved in some incident. His nose cone damaged and tucked in behind the bumper. So it should not be that high above the steering wheel for Ryan Persing. He's got some front-end contact that has forced that, and maybe a bent front end as well, and he's still, with potential damage, driven up more spots than anyone else in the top 15.
Yeah, one other driver in the top 15 or so that's moved up quite a bit. Valen Venkatesh also up 15 spots there. The 915 machine looking pretty racy. Look at this. Fernando Luque and Cameron Weinberg last lap were about 2/10 quicker than your leaders. And I will say, AJ Myers, I think rather than looking forward, is have to start looking backwards here to the Super Tune Cosmic there of Fernando Luque through turns 1 and turn 2. Last time around, once again, 57.7 purple there for the Super Tune driver. Now through 3, we could see a lunge here from Luque if he wants it in the 4. Not going to happen. Overback really opens up for that corner. It's going to give him a good exit down towards turns 5 and turn 6. Look, Fernando Luque, he's close. Do we see a move to the inside for second place? No. They're playing it smart here. I think they watched that junior race and say, I don't want to be a part of that. I'd rather break away and make this a lot easier for myself.
Out of turn number 11 for the 4-car pack here with about a second back to Finn Bailiff, who's starting to fade. This will maybe bring him back in. AJ to the lead. Luque to second. Weinberg wants to go to third. He will. Overbeck tucks in line behind. So new leader for the first time in the main event. AJ Myers takes him out of the dogleg and across the start-finish line on the Magic Kart. Fernando Luque pushes him on through down to turn number 1.
Luque seems really strong early on in this race. I think at any point he could make a lunge on AJ Myers if he wanted to. With a great exit out of 2 and through 3, do we see a move for Luque into 4, or is he going to play it smart here? I think this is good racing from the top 4. They know that if they start the battle too early, the drivers behind them aren't slow. They've really just fallen off because of the racing that's happened behind. But Eli Warren and Mick Gabriel working together. They're doing 58 flats. They're actually quicker than what the leaders did last time by. They're all catching this driver right there, Cooper Shipman, who's his fade continues. 58.3 last time by, one of the slowest inside the top 10. I mean, if he's not careful, he could have an outside top 10 finishing position in this one. Back to the front 4 with Finn Bailiff falling off. He's by himself in that 5th place spot. Luque thought about a move, but AJ Myers doing just enough through this section of the racetrack. AJ's been struggling throughout the weekend through turns 15 and 16, and it's showing here with the run that Luque has down the front straightaway to see halfway sticks in the air. 13 laps into a 25-lap main event. Who's going to be the first one to pounce here in this top 4? Cameron Weinberg is. Weinberg to the inside. Overbeck's going to fall through as well. So Luque from 2nd down to 4th. It's going to give a little bit of separation here for Weinberg, who can now have his sights set on AJ Myers, who, if he's doing any mental math in his head right now, he knows AJ has a DNF in one of the heats. Cooper Shipman's down there struggling for pace. This is boding well here for Cameron Weinberg and his championship hopes before they head into Newcastle. And here's a look further back. Finn Bailiff has faded hard. He's all the way right in front of Cooper Shipman. And now here comes Gabriel and Warren as well.
Mick Gabriel, last time by, again, a 57.9 like you mentioned, 2/10 better. It might be even more than that he gains this lap if any of these 4 battle again. At minimum, they're both, Gabriel and Warren, going to catch up to Cooper Shipman and Finn Bailiff, and they still have a lot of time to maybe get to the leaders. We're going to see 13 complete, 12 laps to go. AJ leads, and it's a 58.1 for the Magic Man. It is a 57.9 for Cooper Shipman, who closed up to Finn Bailiff that time by with a bit of toe. So with that, Cameron Weinberg obviously seeing, all right, times aren't good enough. I want the lead. So the Chad Duncan racing machine now takes over the helm for the first time today. Myers 2nd, Overbeck 3rd, Luque 4th. Here's a look back to Bailiff with Shipman, Gabriel, and Warren now in their own 4-car pack. And then it's not far back from them to find Ryan Persing and Raheem Alibi in 9th and 10th.
I will say when the top 4 inevitably start the battle here, it's boding well for Cooper Shipman here. I mean, we still have 11 laps to go as James Overbeck's going to throw it up the inside of Myers, but holding the outside there. It's actually going to cost Overbeck a spot there. This is what Shipman needs. That go-kart is coming to life here, maybe later than he would have liked, but a 57.9 is quicker than your leaders last time by, and a personal best this late in the race. That's what you want to see if you're the Iron Rock crew. This time around, Shipman gets around Mick Gabriel there and Finn Bailiff. So Cooper Shipman now up to that 5th place spot. Finn Bailiff just lost a handful of spots. He's fading early on in this race. Here goes Warren, maybe to the move inside of turn 4. not going to happen, but this group is starting to condense here. Shipman leads that second group of Gabriel, Bailiff, Warren, Pursing up 12. Raheem Alabai with a big slide job around Pursing, but it's going to cost him a net gain of 0 because he got around Pursing, but the likes of Seamus McKendry got around both of them.
Yeah, good move from Seamus there. So now Seamus McKendry up into 9th, and that puts him in a net gain of 5. Mick Gabriel down the inside and through on Cooper Shipman. That is now 6 spots gained and into the top 5 for Quick Mick Gabriel. Eli Warren at the end of the pack has yet to kind of make any moves in the group, but they are making up headway on the leaders. They were doing a lot of damage before. They cost about 2/10 to themselves with Gabriel going by on Shipman. But if Mick Gabriel is as fast as he thinks he is and as fast as he's been, and they fight for the lead, well, he might be able to get there. Myers back through in turn 4. And that group behind, single file. Myers, Luque, Weinberg now into 3rd as he settles just ahead of Overbeck.
You see the signal there from Weinberg. He's pointing to Overbeck. Let's work together. He sees the lap times on the Micron may not be good enough to contend for a win if they continue to battle. And he's probably looked back to see Mick Gabriel leading that second train of go-karts. You can see him in the same frame almost. They're 2.8 back from this lead. But as we saw from the junior final and as we saw even in the micro final, with that battle for 3rd all the way throughout that feature race, anytime you make a move and anytime you go defensive, even for 1 or 2 corners, it ends up costing you maybe 5/10 or more. So now we're getting ready to see 9 laps to go here in this main event race. AJ Myers still leads over Fernando Luque. Weinberg a little wide out of turn number 1. It's going to give Overbeck a decent chance here. Last time around, Mick Gabriel 2/10 quicker than your leader. That's what this group needs. They'll need a little bit more than that. They're going to need this right here. Fernando Luque to the lead for the first time all feature race long. It's Super Tune on top.
Fernando Luque now makes it where all 4 of the drivers in the lead pack at one point or another, Alex, have taken the lead. But by all of them just shifting a couple times through this race, it cost them 2/10 per pass. Last time by, the gap to Gabriel was 2.69. It was 2.8. Now it might be down to maybe 2.3 or 2.4 as Weinberg goes by Myers. Overbeck continues to follow, and he's just kind of trying to push them all back forward, saying, guys, I haven't made a pass. I'm 4th in the train of 4, and you knuckleheads keep on fighting for the lead, and we're losing our gap back to the rest of the field because James is the one that sees the gap directly back to Gabriel. So 2.47 now is the margin to the man in 5th with Luque at the helm. At the same point, though, oh, no, Finn Bailiff off and into the infield.
Yeah, Finnegan Bailiff there. Maybe that's partly why his go-kart was fading pretty early on in this race. I'll have to talk to him later on in the day to see if it's a mechanical or if he had some help with that. Nonetheless, like you mentioned, James Overbeck, one of the only drivers that seemingly is content with running in line here. Cameron Weinberg, he wants to lead back. He's going to take it. AJ Myers going to follow through, and Overbeck says, you know what, if this is how we're going to race, I might as well follow through as well. So James Overbeck's going to go to 3rd, Luque from 1st down to 4th. Last time around, McGabriel gained 2/10. It's going to be more than that this time around with all the shuffling for positions that we've had. Here's your top 4. There's your next 3 with Eli Warren now leading that second train. Last time around, he set a personal best. They were all quicker than your top 4. It's down to 2.1, and here we go. The gloves are off. AJ's through. Overbeck thought about it. He couldn't get it done.
Yeah, Eli Warren on the War Power Racing Red Speed is going to get there here because it's crunch time. The moment that we started seeing more and more passes kind of happen more frequently for that lead, for that second spot, well, that was the moment that I think Eli thought, all right, now we need the best driver of the 3 of us to lead the pack, and I feel like I've got the piece to do it. So he's got it down to 2.1 seconds last time by. This time around, when they get to the start-finish line straight, it'll be 6 laps to go. That's still plenty of time. There's a look down to his dad, Keith Warren, watching along. Tim Coyne keeping an eye as well. His boy is going to be getting there in a few more laps if this continues across the line. A.J. Myers leads us, but we have 4, and we might have 7 if we're not careful. 6 to go here in KA Senior.
AJ has a decent gap here through 1. He won't have to defend into turn number 2. If anything, Weinberg going to have to start looking back from Luque here. James Overbeck, we don't really know exactly how quick his go-kart is because, like you said, he's been sitting 4th for most of this race, just being content, saving his piece for the last couple of laps here, knowing that he's going to need it because Eli Warren and Mick Gabriel is coming. Those 2 have actually dropped Cooper Shipman last time by there. So, yeah, there's the gap starting to form between Gabriel and Shipman, who the pace seemingly never came for that Iron Rock machine. I mean, he's had a couple of good laps and glimpses of pace, but he's going to lead a lot of racing to have a chance at a top 5 in this one. Weinberg goes wide in 11. He's going to give Luke Hay a chance here if he wants it in the back straightaway, but I think these drivers have started to smart up a little bit. But Luke Hay, with an assistance from the front bumper, is going to move Weinberg up the racetrack. He's going to go down to 4th.
Yeah, Cameron Weinberg through the back hairpins now across the start-finish line straight. Takes a look back in the gap, almost a second. Here comes Overbeck. Time to go. BJR into second with a big move in turn 1.
Yeah, you have to do it at that point. James Overbeck, he said, I'm tired of sitting in 4th. If you guys want to race, I'll race too. I feel like I have a piece to contend for the lead. 21 laps into a 25 lap main event, and I'm sure Overbeck looked over his shoulder and saw that red and black machine of Eli Warren coming. AJ probably is pretty surprised that he has a decent gap here. The first time we've seen a gap for the lead of the race since earlier on when Overbeck led early doors in this one. But now with the help of Luke Hay, they're going to get right back up to the bumper here of AJ Myers, I'm sure.
Over the hill we go, a car length back and closing. Warren that time by hit his personal best. So did Gabriel. 57.8 and a 57.9 for the pair, down to 1.7 away from the lead and about 1.1 back from Weinberg. Out of the last turn, we have yet to trade the lead, so this is a head-to-head pace fight right now between A.J. Myers and Eli Warren and Mick Gabriel. 4 laps to go now, 21 complete. Myers a 58 flat, Warren a 57.7, and a new leader, James Overbeck to the lead out of turn 3.
His go-kart is just getting better and better as the race goes on. He's going to have to defend into 4 here, and this is going to really kick off this KA100 Senior main event. 4 laps to go for James Overbeck to win once again here at MCC Kartplex. Bottom of the racetrack he goes into turn number 6, and the more they do this, the more Eli Warren and Mick Gabriel will be there. We thought for a moment A.J. Myers might sneak one into the S's there, but he thought better of it. And like I said, with Overbeck going to the bottom of the racetrack, here comes Eli Warren, here comes Mick Gabriel, and they're going to bring Cooper Shipman into the mix here as well. There goes Luke Hay to the inside of A.J. Myers. He's going to go to P2. AJ and Weinberg is one at the bottom of the racetrack. Welcome Eli Warren to the mix here, and with a crossover move out of the final corner, Eli might have a shot here at 4th. Weinberg looks over his shoulder, and for the first time all race long, he's like, whoa, there's a 5th go-kart in the mix. Not anymore, because Eli Warren's going to go to the inside, and he's going to go take 4th place.
Big move there. He's in the pack now. Myers to the inside of Luque is going to buy Overbeck some time. With 2.5 laps to go, James Overbeck spent this entire race riding in 4th. And what's that done, Alex? It's allowed him to keep the tires cooler. He's braking 3 times earlier than the leaders going into the corners. He's cruising behind all of them because 2nd brakes a little bit earlier than 1st to not run them over. 3rd then has to brake earlier than 2nd. And 4th gets to brake even sooner and cruise through the turn and then let the draft tow him along. He's probably got the best out of the 4 leaders right now. Eli Warren's got a lot of momentum, though. He'll take that into 3rd, and he has been the fastest driver over the last couple of laps. Unfortunately, a bit too wide in 12. He'll lose 2 spots. Maybe get 1 back. He does. Luque holds on to 3rd. Weinberg will be the big loser out of the whole deal. There's a look at James's dad, Matt, watching along here. Matt Overbeck looking to see if maybe his son can get his 3rd consecutive National Race Weekend win. Into turn 2, 2 to go for James.
Unreal stuff here for the BGR crew. I mean, it seems that Overbeck just couldn't, get the ducky, break the ducky there, get the monkey off his back. And once he did, he hasn't looked back, and he has really asserted himself as a top contender in this KA Senior class. It looks as though, at the moment, the only guy that can really challenge him is A.J. Myers. Eli Warren looked as though he was going to be the guy to beat in this one, late in this one. But with going wide a couple of laps ago, that cost them potentially a chance at a race victory. Next time around, they're going to cross the stripe to see 1 lap to go. White flag in the air this time around. Mick Gabriel further back, looking on a move on Eli Warren. We'll have to see if that one gets done. Nonetheless, though, Xander, 1 lap to go when they cross the stripe. It's a mano-a-mano fight up front. AJ versus James.
This is, like you said, mano-a-mano right now. James Overbeck needs a perfect final lap. 4/10 last time by, 4/10 this time. AJ sets his personal best. Overbeck still a little bit better through turn number 2. over to 3 here. What a story this kid has had this year. He just secured a championship 2 weeks ago with the SCUSA Pro Tour and his first SCUSA win. He won at the Star Series here a month ago. And now, can he get his first U.S. Pro Kart Series win against one of the winningest, most highly decorated American karting drivers in the last 20 years, A.J. Myers, who still would come out of this race with, I think, the championship lead heading into Indiana in a month. He's going to still try to get that checkered flag, though. Big run down the backstretch into 12. Last time, Myers wide, Overbeck low. I don't know if he'll get there. Little bobble from James. A.J.'s going to get down to a car length. I don't think it'll be enough. Out of the dog leg, James Overbeck is a winner again at home. He wins the Ohio State Grand Prix.
Unbelievable. James Overbeck. I mean, he was sitting in 4th for most of that race, like you said, kept his piece underneath him, and he wins ahead of A.J. Myers. Fernando Luque beats McGabriel to the line. Cameron Weinberg there in 5th. Shipman 6th. Eli Warren, after all of that comeback drive, I mean, probably must be frustrated for him. I'm with that War Power machine because he had the pace to maybe contend for a top 3 spot. He finishes 7th. Raheem Alibi 8th. Seamus McKendry 9th. Connor Ferris, Team Ferris Racing Car Republic, rounds out your top 10. You can see the elation from the BJR crew, especially his dad, Matt.
They say once you get your first win, well, the floodgates open and the rest, all of a sudden, a whole lot more come a lot quicker. Well, it's been 3 major race weekends in a row for James Overbeck and the BJR MDR team to stand on top of the podium in KA Senior. A win at the SCUSA Pro Tour, a championship there, a win here with the Star Series, and now a win with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He's got a checkered flag at all 3 major championships, and more importantly, when it comes to the championship here, it gets him closer to the top drivers. Ultimately, though, A.J. Myers finishing 2nd. He is going to be tough to beat going into Newcastle Motorsports Park. That's a massive points haul for him and a flip-flop of the top 2 in the championship standings. Congratulations to the BJR MDR crew. We saw the elation for Orsilon Racing. Now we get to see it with the Brandon Jarscrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing crew as James Overbeck cruised, rode behind, took care of his equipment, back and forth, waited and waited and waited. And with 5 to go, he started moving his way up the boards, and eventually he ends up as the race winner. Myers, Luque, Gabriel, Weinberg, the top 5, Cooper Shipman, Eli Warren, Raheem Alibi, Seamus McKendry, and Connor Ferris, your top 10 here in KA Senior. We focused a lot on that kind of lead group towards the end. Ryan Persing still with a big charge through the field. Stephen Eisert the same on the Sodi there. He ends up in the 12th position on the black and orange machine. 10 spots gained for Persing, 12 for Stephen Eisert from the tail of the field. Zabo up 4, Ben Gaunt up 9, and Lorenzo Kaufman ends up dead even. Started 15th, ends 15th. Here's the remaining 16th through 30th finishers here in KA Senior. Max Altman, Vela Venkatesh. We talked about Venkatesh up 15 spots. He ends up, I think, with a net gain of 13 or 14. 13, indeed, for Valen from dead last, 30th, or near dead last, basically, up to 17th. A few DNFs on that opening lap there. Javier Herrera obviously went out in the first corner. We caught that ARG, sadly, with a very damaged front end. He was not alone. There was a lot of attrition on the first lap and a little more throughout the race. But ultimately, it was all about Overbeck. And 3 weekends, 3 main event wins and a championship there, and now a chance to maybe go after one in Newcastle. It definitely brings him a lot closer. When we try to take a look at the championship picture here for KA100 Senior here, Alex, presented by Brandon Jarscrack Racing, Shipman, A.J. Myers, obviously Cooper Shipman and Jesus Vasquez Jr. not attending round 4. They'll drop out of the top 5. Cameron Weinberg will move further up the board. Isambard getting hurt this weekend, breaking his wrist. He was 6 coming in. He'll fall out of the top 5 for sure. Ferris will move up a bit. And James Overbeck entered this weekend just barely still within a race. 544 points back of the championship points lead in 8th. He'll climb easily into the top 5 and maybe as high as 3rd or 4th when we roll out of Cincinnati and all is said and done. There's a look at a lot of those shirts, the BJR crew waiting for the scales to roll. Well, earlier this year, we were able to go and take a tour of the operation that Brandon Jarscrack has. Let's take a look and see what's behind the magic that was able to make it for James Overbeck to progress and progress and progress and get the championship with Stars last year, a race win with them this year, a championship and a race win with SCUSA, now a race win with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Thanks to Brandon, he gave us the full behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey, how's it going? I'm going to take you on a tour of the BJR/MDR tent today. Kind of show you what we do on a normal weekend, kind of what we bring to the track, what we offer from mechanical support to driver coaching to just basically anything that a driver needs to get through the weekend. We'll go on inside here. We generally like to kind of organize everyone by their class so that you kind of work with everyone. You're all going outside the tent at the same time. We primarily use the Lando Norris cart supplies by OTK. There obviously are some other chassis brands in here, so but they're all made by OTK, and that's what works best for us. We'll walk over here. This is kind of like our KA Senior section for the weekend. I think we have 7 of them for the weekend. Did pretty good today. Qualified pole with James Overbeck over there, so that was really good. And I think we have 2 or 3 carts inside the top 5. You can see over here one of our mechanics. He's full-time, works with us, works with Seamus McKendry. He's over there prepping his cart for the next day and getting it all cleaned up, make sure everything's ready to go. Kind of like to keep a standard under here, take your motors off at night, check through them, make sure everything's good to go. Just look over the cart, take it to the table if maybe you had a wreck in the day or something like that. Just make sure everything's ready to go. Keep everything nice and neat too. So we'll walk over here. We have this is kind of our junior KA section. A lot of kind of beginners in this class. Still working through it, but they're all doing very good improvements throughout the weekend. And like I said, we really like to focus on the driver development part of stuff. So our big thing is doing driver coaching with GoPro video, Micron data, and stuff like that. And big thing under here is when you pit with us, you get access to everyone else's data, and everyone kind of helps everyone get better. We'll move down here into kind of like our mini section. Right here we have Marco's cart. He's one of our really good mini kids. He had a good day today, qualified 2nd. So we're trying to grow the mini program a little bit more. I think we have 4 of them this weekend. So that's kind of something I'm really trying to work on, get the mini program going. The new OTK Cadet is very good, and I think we have some good results with it. We just got to pull through to get that big W. We'll walk over here. This is one of our micro kids. We'll kind of show what we bring to the track for the weekend for the drivers. So he owns all his own equipment. We also do rental programs. Most of the people in here own all their own equipment, and we bring it to the track for you, or you can bring it yourself, and then we'll supply you with a cart stand. He has his go-kart here. We supply you with a table, all your tires underneath. The mechanic normally brings their own toolbox, whatever tools they see fit. We supply you with all your lubrications and your cleaning supplies that you will need. Now this is a full mechanic, works on the cart, but we also do have a lot of guys in here that choose to have their dad work on their cart, which I really like to support.
Well, we wanted to give Brandon a little more due credit, to be fair, but we do need to get back to the action, and so we'll play the other half of that for you guys when we come back from the end of this Mini Swift main. First, though, we're ready to let them loose. 22 laps on the inside. Rocco Simone, the outside, Ben Gleberman, and no green on the first try by. So we will get a moment here, thankfully, to go through the grid and let you know how they're going to stack on up for this final. Rocco Simone on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. He and Josh Bergman, who rolls off back in the 3rd row, had one heck of a fight to the end in heat number 3. But it's Simone and Ben Gleberman on row 1, Marco Salmon and John McClellan on row 2. Alex?
Bergman, Mika Baruch, row 3. Maxwell Macha, a good run through the heat races for him on the SLA karting machine there in the inside of row 4. Nico Arbezo, then is Jose Carlos Murad, Royce Vega, your top 10. Parker Ives down there on the inside of row 6. Alongside him, Nico Katowski.
Back behind them, row 7, Paxton Romero on the inside. Points leader coming into the weekend, Ashton Woon rolls off deep, back in 14th on the Super Tune Parolin. And then as a copy of the teams back on row 8, Harry Thomas and Enzo De Janeiro.
Back behind them, row 9, Colton Schniegenberg, Bashi Jimenez, Thomas Montalvo, William Vitor. That's your top 20 here in the Mini Swift category. And getting to the green here, Xander.
Yeah, the last couple rows we'll cycle up for you guys and then get ready. A nice and slow start. 30 drivers in total. Ready to take the green here for Mini Swift. 22 laps on the docket here. Ready to go. Mini Swift main event is green down to turn 1 with a nice and slow start from Rocco. And we'll bring them through cleanly over to turn number 2.
Down at the bottom of the racetrack, Simone goes. He's going to bring Samet with him. We thought about a move there. Did Josh Bergman on Ben Gloverman. Thought better of it. Behind him, Maxwell Macha. He's had a rough, I'd say, summer stretch to his mini campaign, but it's been pretty good through the heats for him, and he's looking strong so far inside the top 5. Behind him, it's the likes of, I believe, Nico Orbezo and others as well. That's John McClellan, actually, with a great start on board the Nash Motorsports machine. That's Royce Vega going alongside Ashton Woon and I believe what looked to be Paxton Romero there as well aboard that Bennett machine. So all sorts of chaos ensuing here. Maxwell Macha inside. Bergman's going to get stuck on the outside. He's going to have help from McClellan as well. So move Maxwell Macha to P4 and move Ben Gloverman back to P2.
Side by side there through turn number 13 and 14 for the pair, but back to single file, and they didn't lose much time at all. Cross the line, one down, 21 laps to go. Rocco Simone leads your field into turn number 1. And we'll go down now that the scales have cleared from KA Senior and chat with our most recent race winner in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Now, James, this is becoming a bit of a habit, dude. You are getting after and getting some wins. Talk to us about that main.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy race. We were staying on grid watching the junior race, and I think from about after the red flag, it was about from lap 9 to 25, they white lined every single lap. So I don't know. I don't know if I took some inspiration from that for the first few laps, but I just protected, tried to get a gap and just get the front pack to a few karts. And then once we got to about halfway, I fell back to 4th. And then from there on, I just kind of managed my tires, taking it easy, wasn't really pushing too hard, letting everyone in front of me do the fighting. And then as soon as we got to round 5 to go, that's when I started pushing again to get towards the front. And that's really all it took. And I got a gap with like 3 laps to go, and it just kind of stayed. AJ closed a little bit, but it just wasn't enough. We had the kart set up really good to come out of the tight section. So like down the straightaway, I'd almost get a gap every time, and struggled a little bit everywhere else, but could kind of manage if I didn't overdrive, and was able to do just that. So I'm really happy with it. You know, last year, this USPKS race, I feel like it was kind of my breakout race. I was finally able to run up towards the front and get some good results, and able to finally win now. So yeah, it's super cool once again to do it here over any other track. Hometown, I mean, I live 30 minutes from the track, and all my family was here, aunts, uncles, so it was super cool to have everyone here. I can't thank the BJR guys enough. My dad, for sure, leaving everything tight, and I think maybe I have to come on the Kart podcast every week now. It seems some good luck.
Yeah, there's something, right? I mean, whether, you know, I know you're a bit superstitious like a lot of drivers. You've stayed on the old suit because now that seems to go good, and the new suit we're keeping for podiums only. But can you put into words, before we let you go, what this summer has been like for you, what this year has been like for you, and then to have the payoff these last 3 weekends have been?
Yeah, it's been so awesome. I mean, I've been having the time of my life, you know, traveling the country and being able to run up front at almost every single one of these races. So it's super cool to do, and something I never thought I'd be able to experience. So it's unlike anything else, and especially to be able to win and do this good, it's so amazing. And especially to do it with this team and just the kind of environment they bring. I mean, it makes it so much more special.
Well, congratulations, James. We'll let you go and celebrate once again here as a national race win. We appreciate the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you have it from James Overbeck, your KA Senior winner. And while we were with him, well, things just completely changed. Alex, there was a massive pileup down there in the infield hairpin for those watching along on the side-by-side cam.
Yeah, unreal stuff from just outside the top 5. It was Bergman, Royce Vega, Jose Carlos Murad, and Nico Katowski involved in that one. So we lost a lot of our front runners as Maxwell Macha was about an inch away from dropping a tire in the dirt. And you don't want to do that on board these Mini Swift go-karts because there's a big divot right after that curbing that can kind of catch you off guard. Nonetheless, John McClellan for the first time all weekend leads on board that Nash Motorsports machine. Blake Nash back from his Europe hiatus. He's down there coaching some of these young drivers. He said that John McClellan's been doing incredibly well all weekend long. It seems to be paying off here. He leads.
The Soda USA Mini Swift main event here is still in the early going, but if you want to do a bit of calculations as we get towards the championship conversation, well, yesterday, kind of a rough run in the heats for Ashton Woon, 1 good and 2 not so good. Parker Ives, 2 good ones, then a rough one at the end as there's a move there, change in position with the Sodi of Baruch going by on Ben Gleberman, that's for 5th. But Royce Vega was good in all 3 of the heats and would have closed in on the championship, but now he's got his work cut out for him. 10 seconds back last time by in 23rd, while the top 2 in the title fight run 8th and 9th, and we talked about it, 4 times as many points in the main event as there is in the heat races individually. So it's much better to do good on Sunday than on Saturday, even though Saturday still definitely accounts for a lot. And Maxwell Macha now going through to the lead, bringing as well with him Rocco Simone. Well, all of a sudden they might be able to move up the championship chase, especially for Maxwell, who enters the weekend back in 10th. Simone hasn't competed for the full season, so he's not necessarily thinking points at all. But for Maxwell Macha, a podium or even a first mini win, that'd be huge.
Yeah, for sure. And like I mentioned earlier, I mean, with the summer stretch that he's had, he will take any good result he can get. Here goes Marco Samet. He's probably the closest of the 4 drivers. He is the closest of the 4 drivers to the top of the championship. He's only about 300 or so points back. Yeah, 354 back from Ashton Woon, Ives, and Vega, all who have had pretty rough main events so far. Ashton Woon, the best of them, and Parker Ives as well. They both started 13th and 17th respectively. They're up to 8th and 9th now for Ives and Woon, so their comeback drive is continuing, and the more they battle for the top spot, the more they're going to have a chance to close up to your leader. Here's that second lead group. That's Gleberman, Baruch, and Nico Orbezo. We had a pretty strong run down at the SCUSA Pro Tour in Newcastle a couple weeks ago, and Ben Gleberman looks to be catching this group as it stands at the moment. And then behind him, 2 seconds back, is Parker Ives. He's had an incredible summer stretch, really a great mini debut season for that RPM driver. He's carrying that second group of Woon and Benja Fernandez. Benja Fernandez, by the way, the SLA karting group, Kart Public driver, he's been struggling all week long with engine issues. Dalton Haynes spoke to me last night, said they seems to have figured out what was going wrong with that go-kart. It's working. Benja Fernandez in the top 10.
Yeah, 2 SLA kart racing machines running inside the top 10. And Fernandez marching forward after what has been a not-so-great weekend. Let's see how many spots he's up. Like you said, quite a few. 11 by the number now, and he's leading this 3-car pack with Enzo De Janeiro and William Vitor. Both of those 2 drivers are also up 5 and 8 spots, respectively. Vian Bindi is up 10 back in the 13th position. And up the road a little bit, the next biggest movers would be Ashton Woon up 6 and Maxwell Macha up 6 inside the top 10. So nice run forward for Benja, for Vitor, and for De Janeiro as well to get to 10th, 11th, and 12th, and they're not done. A second away, actually 8/10 away from the back of Parker Ives and Nico Orbezo and Parker Ives and Ashton Woon, who are working together. Unlikely, allies right now, Alex, the 2 guys in the championship going at it for points that have traded race wins throughout the year, but they have to work together. There's no one near them right now. There's this 3-car group led by Ben Gleberman, and then there's the 2 of them, Woon and Ives, with a gap behind.
Sometimes that's what it takes, though. I mean, 2 drivers have the same goal in mind. Why race each other and get stuck in 8th and maybe risk losing spots to the drivers behind you? You might as well work together and then risk it towards the end of the race. Here goes Mika Baruch to the inside, but it's more to defend from Nico Orbezo. So now Orbezo's going to have a decent run here down to turn number 6. Further back, Woon and Parker Ives continuing to work together, and if they start to battle up front, they're going to start to close in. Speaking of closing in, Benja Fernandez last time around lost a little bit of ground to the drivers in front of him, but they're staying within striking distance if Woon and Ives begin to work together, or battle, and if this starts to happen more often. McClellan peeked the nose to the inside of Marco Samet, decided to not go for the move there. No need to battle this early on. Still 9 laps into a 22-lap main event. Further back, we saw a move there. Nico Orbezo up into, I think, the 5th place spot.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo on the RPG Cosmic indeed has gone to the helm of that 3-car pack now. That's not going to help their progress, but it didn't hurt it too much either. They only lost about a 1/10 of a second net overall, with Orbezo going to the point over Gleberman and Baruch. But they need more battling up front, but the 2 Kart Republics are not giving it. They are working together beautifully here. Rocco Simone shoving Maxwell Macha along. In fact, to the point that John McClellan, the early race leader from Nash Motorsports, is a couple car lengths back from Marco Sammet and potentially in danger of losing touch with the top 3 if he's not careful here, because there is still a lot of time left before they get that 2 to go signal and that kind of urge to fight once again.
Yeah, well, this top 4 continuing to pull away. I will say last time around, Orbezo, even with that move that he made, gained about a 10th on the top 4. The rest of that group lost a couple of tenths to the lead group. Nonetheless, though, it's still Macha that leads, but Rocco Simone going wide in turn number 13. It's going to give Marco Sammet a decent run here through the dog leg and on the front straightaway. You see Macha giving the signal to Rocco Simone, but I don't think he actually knows about the mistake that he made. And now into turn number 1, we're going to see a move here with the help from Marco Sammet. Rocco Simone, what a run out through the dog leg, and now he's going to give help to Sammet and John McClellan as well. So Simone, we talked about the 2 KRs working together, but clearly Rocco Simone, he wants to lead this thing himself.
He does. And with that move to the lead here, we get really the first lead change in, I think, about 7 or 8 laps. I mean, it's only been Maxwell Macha and John McClellan since like lap 2. Now back to Rocco at the point. Marco Sammet has yet to lead this main, but that one pass brought him from a couple car lengths away in 4th into 2nd and in contention if he wants to pull the trigger and go to the lead, as well as John McClellan, from 3rd for Sammet, but from 4th for McClellan into 3rd. And also, that one move, when we get back to the stripe, is probably going to take that gap from 1.8 seconds back to Nico Orbezo, maybe down to 1.7 or 1.6. Cross the line, Sammet, side by side, he wants the lead indeed. Marco to the point in turn number 1, McClellan to 2nd, and Macha will follow through to 3rd. And the leapfrogging is going to bring that next group a little closer here. It was 1.8. It's now 1.7.
Yeah, here comes Nico Orbezo. This is going to help him even more. John McClellan to the lead around Marco Sammet there. Macha stays in 3rd. Simone, he's going to bide his time in 4th here. If these drivers were watching that KA Senior race, they're going to want to do exactly what Overbeck did there. And if I'm Rocco Simone at this point, I'm thinking, you know what? I might as well sit here at 4th in line as long as they don't race in front of me, save my stuff towards the end of the race and have a better piece in the latter stages of this one. But with the racing in front of you, it kind of forces Rocco Simone's hands here to have to just get involved in the racing action, even if you don't want to. Sammet goes through, Macha through, Simone through, and McClellan's going to fall back to 4th. And Orbezo's in the same frame now. I think this 1.7 second gap has diminished to maybe less than a second here.
And that is the delta, we think, for the slipstream effect on these straightaways. So if it's less than a second, well, Nico's going to get help from the back of John McClellan. And indeed, Nico Orbezo, Ben Gleberman, Mika Baruch into the conversation now here for the entire
Ashton
top
Wood.
7. Ashton Woon down to 2.1 seconds away from the lead. So right at the halfway mark now, 12 down, 10 laps to go. Marco Sammet, Maxwell Macha, and Rocco Simone lead. But there are a lot more drivers that now are going to be close enough to fight for it all the way back here to the top 2 in the championship entering the weekend. Ashton Woon and Parker Ives. Here's Orbezo catching up to John McClellan. This is for 4th on the racetrack. Let's see if Orbezo goes. McClellan starting to defend the spot down the back straightaway. He covers off low. Where does Orbezo try to get him? He'll go to the inside. McClellan closes the door in turn 13.
Well, this is what you want to see if you're the lead group, not what you want to see if you're John McClellan and Nash Motorsports. But for Ashton Woon, that's exactly what you want to see if you're Super Tuned. Inside and through, and Josh Bergman's bad race comes to an end. I mean, he was spun around at the end of lap number 2, and now he's out of this one to the same corner that pretty much ended it a couple laps ago. For Marco Sammet, he leads over Macha, Rocco Simone. If they look back, they're going to see that there's really nobody behind them. They should start to work together here because the battle for 4th is kicking off. Orbezo through, Ben Gleberman up and over almost the rear bumper there of John McClellan. That's going to give Ashton Woon a free spot, and so too is Parker Ives. You mentioned the unlikely allies, but I think they have been 2 of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. A couple laps ago, they were 3.5 back from the lead. They crossed the stripe 1.5 back. This racing's not going to help their chances, though, but nonetheless, Ives through McClellan, too. So Nash Motorsports and John McClellan starting to fade here.
Let's see if Ives is able to get around maybe Gleberman. That's the next one I think that he's got to get through is Ashton now into that 4th spot. Looked like Parker was able to get into 5th back there just behind the top 3 we're following in turn 13. Across the line, Sammet, Macha, Simone. Back there's Orbezo, Woon. Indeed, Ives did get through, but that was on Mika Baruch. Gleberman all the way back to the 9th position. Let's check in with that next pack that's been hunting forward here. We talked about Benja Fernandez in 10th earlier. Let's go back to him. There he is on the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. He and William Vitor are trying to track down the leaders. They lost a bit to the top 3 last time. They obviously gained on third on back because of the battling, and they pulled away a little bit from Enzo De Janeiro in that 12th position. The Super Tuned Parolin driver only is, I believe, 3rd or 2nd weekend with the race team back in 12th, and just kind of unfortunately holding in that spot, not really being able to go much further up the boards. How about Alex Chandler moving up the leaderboard, though? Alex Chandler back in 14th, just a couple more back from those guys and girls, is up 13. Ashton Woon, Parker Ives trying to go up one more each. First Woon, then Ives, a nice little 1-2 punch. Orbezo a little bit into the side of Parker there coming out of that last turn. And unfortunately, Parker is not going to get help. Baruch is going to push Orbezo through, McClellan through, and Parker's going to fade back to the 8th position.
Well, that's the tricky stuff about turn 14 there. If you can't make the move stick on the inside, it actually becomes the outside for 1 and 2, and usually you're left out to dry. So for Parker Ives, he's lost his drafting buddy there in Ashton Woon. So Ashton Woon right now, he leads this train. Parker Ives is the last driver in it besides Ben Gleberman. So if the leaders start to battle, Ashton Woon will be the first one to join the party with 6 laps to go here. So far, it's been pretty clean for BJR, for SLA, and for TKG out in the top 3 group. I'm sure they look back and see that their lead is growing. No need to battle out until at least 2 to go for Ives. Looks over his shoulder, sees his teammate and buddy Ben Gleberman behind him. So let's see if they can start to work together and reset their focus back to the top 5. Baruch goes defensive on McClellan. McClellan's going to try for a move there. No, but with a good setup through 14, they could have a decent run down the front straightaway here.
Out of the dog leg this time to the front stretch. As you mentioned, it'll be 16 complete, 6 laps to go on the 22-lap Mini Swift feature. Marco Samet, Rocco Simone, and Maxwell Macha are now more than 2 seconds up the road from Ashton Woon, with McClellan going by Baruch and Woon's kind of wingman through this main in Parker Ives getting shuffled to the back of the pack. Ashton is all by himself. By himself last time was not good enough either. A 101.97 for Samet, or 94 for Samet, and a 102 flat for Ashton Woon. He needs a drafting partner, and he just lost his as he and Ives were able to work their way up to that group. They got through most of it, and on the last one to get around Parker, side by side with Nico Orbezo, got sent down the order. So Ives right there on the silver helmet, just ahead of his teammate Ben Gleberman. Maybe the two of them can reset and go forward, or maybe you can get a second wind for John McClellan, who was at one point with the top 3. Now he finds himself about 3 seconds away from this trio with another lap in the books.
Yeah, further back, I mean, they start to spread out here for this battle for 5th as McClellan, with help from Baruch, thought about a move to the inside of Nico Orbezo, who at one point also was in that top 3, top 4 group. Speaking of top 3 group, it's starting to kick off here. Samet went slightly defensive in a turn number 4. It's going to compromise his exit out of 5 here. So for Maxwell Macha, do we see move to the inside of turn number 6? No, he's going to keep the strategy that's been working all race long. There's still, like you mentioned, 5 to go, really 4.5 laps to go here for BJR MDR to go back-to-back here in KA Senior and Mini Swift. But Kart Public's going to have something to say about it.
Up and over the crest here, Marco Samet, Maxwell Macha, Rocco Simone. Where would you like to be? We talked about it with a 2-man group. Now it's a 3-man group. In this position, I think the third-place driver in a class like Mini Swift might be in an okay spot, but honestly, second, like you said, maybe the best position of the 3 if third is willing to push you, which seems like that's been the case for Rocco and for Maxwell. They've worked well together. Last time by, another half-tenth they pull away from Ashton Woon. Got to give a lot of credit to young Ashton Woon there on the Super Tuned Parolin. He is matching the top 3 lap time-wise by himself. They're pushing, and the best they can do is maybe a couple hundredths better than the 195. This kid is super fast here, just as James Overbeck has been phenomenal here at his home racetrack here at the MCC Kartplex. Ashton Woon hails from Arizona, recently relocated to North Carolina. He is not from this area, but he seems to find himself in a very good package with a lot of speed every time he rolls in to Batavia, Ohio. Maybe he can get there, but he needs something. He's not getting the battling up front. He might get his wingman back, though. Parker Ives, while we were up front following these 3, has worked his way into 5th. So now Orbezo back to 6th, Still battling back for 7th and 8th between Gleberman and John McClellan. But Parker, 9/10 back from Woon. 3.4 from the leaders. Here's a pass for the lead. Macha through. Simone will over-under both of them and take over the spot in turn 2.
Well, happy birthday, Ashton Woon here, because this is exactly what he needed with 3 laps to go. Last time around, he was about a 10th off of what these 3 are doing. This is going to help. Rocco Simone at the bottom of the racetrack. Marco Samet's going to follow him through as well. Like you mentioned, Xander, when one person does it, you almost have to do it. Otherwise, the driver in third is going to try the outside here like Macha. But with a nice crossover move here, they're going to go side by side through the S's. Samet's in the better spot. Macha smartly backs out of it here as they get ready to climb the hill.
Let's check in here. Ashton Woon, last time by, 2.8 seconds away. Looks a whole lot closer now. 2 laps to go at the line. Woon is going to have something to say. So will Parker Ives and Nico Orbezo if they keep on charging. Through the last couple turns, a little more defending from Rocco, and he's going to probably try to do that for the next 2 laps in every major break zone. Big run to the line. Samet with a tow. 2 laps remaining here from Cincinnati. Rocco Simone trying to bring home a win for Trinity Karting Group.
Here we go. Bottom of the racetrack he goes. Macha's going to try the outside. There's a lot of grip there if you trust it. Decided better of it. Didn't want to end up in the dirt like we've seen a lot of drivers throughout these feature races. Here comes Ashton Woon in the distance. Do we see an outside move for Macha? No. He's going to have to back out of it, and here comes Ashton Woon here. Macha looks over his shoulder. He hasn't seen a driver behind him all race long. Up to the front of the field, Ashton Woon looking for a big crossover move. They're almost 3 wide further back. Ashton Woon, do we see a move to the inside? He makes it. The Paralin Super Tune driver up to 3rd.
Big move through the S's there for Ashton Woon. Now can he get any more? They're all parked on the bottom. Parker Ives wants to go to the high side from 5th. Nowhere to go there into 12, and here comes the rest of the field. Orbezo all the way back. Gleberman, McClellan, Baruch, all there. Woon to the inside. He'll get up to 2nd with a move on Samet in the last turn.
White flag in the air. One more time around for Rocco Simone. It's the biggest lead he's had all race long. But look at this, with Marco Samet giving a big push to Ashton Woon. He's going to have a huge run up into turn number 2 if he wants to send one here. But with Marco Samet fading low, Woon thought he was going for a pass there. It forced his defensive maneuver. So through 3, Rocco Simone is going to have a pretty clear air here. He doesn't know it, though. He's kind of defending clean air at the moment. So now he's forced his hand once again. Down towards turn 5 and turn 6. They're racing further back for 5th. But for the lead of the race, it's going to be a single file as Parker Ives with a big crossover move there, side by side for 4th.
Ives and Macha, wheel to wheel, tire to tire for P4 into the S's. That'll break up the pack a little bit. Macha looks like he'll hold it for now. Big over-under contact. 3 of them around. Marco Samet, Maxwell Macha, Gleberman, McClellan slide down the hill. 4 involved. And now, in the run to the line, who's got the lead? Well, it's a big gap for Rocco Simone. Parker Ives had to go wide as well, and it's Woon, I think, that avoided all that into 2nd. Rocco Simone is going to get a home victory for Trinity Karting Group in the chaos in the back. Simone wins in Cincinnati, and Ashton Woon drives through the field to get to 2nd, and a big points haul there for the 195. And William Vitor on the Trinity Karting Group Alonso Kart picks up nearly 20 positions and gets a first career U.S. Pro Kart Series and national podium. Unbelievable. 17 spots gained for William Vitor.
Escapes the chaos for TKG. It's a 1 and 3 there, and you see the frustration for John McClellan, who thought he had a podium finish at least guaranteed for himself. Ben Gleberman is beside himself. He cannot believe it. And yeah, John McClellan visually frustrated and clearly acceptably frustrated for the Nash Motorsports driver there. I mean, really just a passenger in that situation with Samet climbing the top of Ashton Woon's go-kart there in the final lap. But it's Rocco Simone ahead of Woon, Vitor, Ives, Mika Baruch rounds out your top 5 and the final spot on the USPKS podium provisionally, of course, and that's Orbezo. Benja Fernandez from outside the top 20 gets into the 7th spot. DeGeneiro, Chandler, Katowski, your top 10.
Yeah, and then on back here, let's check with the rest of the finishers. Back to Paxton Romero there at 15th. Marco Samet crosses the line in 16th after spending the majority of the race in the top 3. Bergman out. Gleberman, McClellan, Aston Wyatt also went out earlier. Trinity Karting Group first and third. Congratulations to them. Great run for Super Tune with Ashton Woon moving forward and extending or potentially at least evening out all of the points on the weekend. I think it might be a slight boost in the championship, but we'll have to look into it for more. In the meantime, folks, we do have the update officially from the U.S. Pro Kart Series. We do have a bit, obviously, a track cleanup here for Mini Swift, and we do also have a little bit of a delay from that KA Junior red flag. Originally, we were going to go green with X30 Junior at 12:23. That's in about 15 minutes. We're going to go green at 12:45 to allow the hardworking MCC and USPKS staff to get some lunch. The same for our awesome KC crew. So that'll put us green in 35 minutes for the X30 Junior main event. KA Masters will follow, and then X30 Pro Senior to close out the day as Ready Racing will go. But X30 Junior, you guys will be on grid about 20 minutes delayed at 12:45 p.m. for the X30 Junior main event. Well, before we wrap things up from the lunch break and everything that's gone on so far, we'd like to go down and make sure that we give due credit and a big honor here to Rocco Simone for that wild turn of events here in the Mini Swift main. Rocco, talk about that last lap, especially things really got crazy behind you. But first of all, let's talk, the last lap and the race. Walk me through a little bit of it.
Fourth again, worked my way up with third. Me, Maxwell, and Marco, we all pushed away to try to break away. And then with 3 to go, Maxwell passed Marco, and then I got the crossover on both of them and got to the lead, and then just white lined it from there.
Now, this series, you obviously weren't able to run the full championship, but you've been very busy this year. I don't know if it weighs so much for you, but does it feel a little bit extra special to win at Trinity Karting Group's home track and bring a home win for the race team here with all the support they have here in Ohio?
Yeah, it feels great. Very happy to bring them the win in the home track. So, yeah.
Well, Rocco, we're going to let you go back to celebrating here. Congratulations on the main event win here in Mini Swift. Awesome job. And who would you like to thank for making it all happen here for you this weekend?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my grandparents, whole family, Ricard, Noel, and yeah.
All right, congratulations, Rocco. Thanks for chatting with us, buddy, and go and enjoy the moment here. You're a race winner once again here with the U.S. Pro Kart Series and in the American national scene.
Thank you.
There you have it from Rocco Simone, folks, as we continue to roll through the lunch break. Once again, an update for all those listening in the paddock. We will be back with the X30 Junior Division at 12:45 p.m. local time, 9:45 a.m. Pacific. Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. X30 Junior, the first of our 3 afternoon main events, getting ready to roll here for the Ohio State Grand Prix. Let's pull up that starting lineup here for you, folks, so you can see how the Speed Concepts Racing X30 Juniors will get ready to do battle and what spots they will roll off from. Turner Brown and Enzo Vidmontien. 2 heat wins yesterday for Chico, 1 for Enzo, but it was the last one, and we saw through the day Vidmontien continuously get better and better with that Trinity karting group, Kart Republic. Row 2, an all-speed concept second row with Diego Ardiles, the championship points leader, working his way up the boards in the heats to roll off from 3rd. Sarah Bradley in 4th.
You go back to Max Weiland and Tristan Murphy there on row number 3. Fausto Arnaudo, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Ty Fisher, and Alexander Vanchev running up your top 10.
Here's the rest of the starters, folks, as we get set to take them down to the tram lines. First attempt at the green, the outlap complete, ready to go racing. 25 laps for X30 Junior, and we're on the power with a great jump there off the line for Turner, but I don't believe it was good enough to get the green flag, so we will send them around again, and gives us a chance here to talk a little bit more about the rest of the grid for you with how they'll kind of head out onto the racetrack. So let's pull that up, and we'll take a look once again for the starting lineup of your X30 Juniors. Here's once again outside the top 5. Back to row 6, Michael McGoy and Speed Concepts Racing's Jackson Wolney start roll from 11th and 12th. And it's an all RPM inside lane on row 6 and 7 with Davin Roberts and Fionn Shee completing that 7th row in 14th.
You're back to Dean Peterson, Iago Lempen, who's been quick all weekend long, Victor de Alencar, David Ramirez, Bristol Borman, and Lillian Scarborough, your top 20 drivers here in X30 Junior. But we look back on the racetrack, and just a couple of 2 more drivers, Jackson Alafonte and Fernando Zapata, the last 2 drivers in this field. But this time, the lights are out, and we are racing here in X30 Junior. And again, Chico Brown with a good start. Ardiles already up to 2nd. Vidmontien slots back in 3rd.
A lot of contact there. Argy-bargy stuff through turn number 2. That was Chase Gassiet-Lee into the side. It looked like a not Weiland, sorry, maybe Tristan Murphy. And further back there into the wall, Fausto Arnaudo side by side with Gassiet-Lee and the whole crew, and it rips the left side putt off and backs the interim S driver into the barriers. We're down 1 already here as we begin to roll through the S's. Brown to Ardiles to Vidmontien, though. A clean getaway for the first few.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Fausto had a lot of pace early on this weekend, so for him to kind of be out of this one already is really tough for him. So unfortunate there for Fausto Arnaudo as we look back onto the back straight away here, and already Chico Brown, 2 car lengths, and Enzo Vidmontien able to get ahead of Diego Ardiles there in the back section.
Yeah, how about that for Enzo? He knew that he needed to keep Chico Brown in his sights, so he wanted to get straight by on Diego Ardiles. Did exactly that, and now the 2 of them are away a little bit in the lead here with a lap underway. 24 laps to go in X30 Junior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing.
Yeah, very, very long races. There's Alexander Vanchev on the inside of Tristan Murphy. He's able to get clear, so Vanchev's up a spot there. Sarah Bradley and Max Weiland working together. There's Murphy and Alexander Vanchev, who was one of the drivers there involved in that incident with Fausto Arnaudo earlier on in this race, but everything else kind of staying kind of calm for the edge of your top 5 in between Max Weiland and Sarah Bradley there, So it's been a good one so far in between your top 4, kind of biding their time and being patient here with each other. And Chico Brown extending his gap even more here when he crosses the stripe this time around. Enzo Vidmontien going to have some help from Diego Ardiles right behind, but it's going to be a long shot if they want to catch up to Chico Brown here, Xander.
Yeah, they've got some work to do to get up to Turner Brown already, starting off with a nice and healthy lead of maybe 7 or 8 car lengths through turn number 4. Behind him, again, if we pop back a little bit for Bradley and for Max Weiland, those 2 have a nice and healthy margin as well, because it was really 6th on back here. Kicking off with this group that had Tristan Murphy and Alexander Vanchev that were fighting so hard that led to Fausto Arnaudo going into the wall. And this kind of middle of the top 10 on back has started to spread. You can see Vanchev and Murphy now. They've gotten a little bit of separation as well. One more driver off at the end of the S's, and I have a feeling it might have been maybe Dean Peterson or Chase Gassiet-Lee. It would look to be the blue and the black colors of the Nash machine. No, both of those guys are good. Maybe it was Victor de Alencar. going wide on the RPG Cosmic. Let's see if they update across the line. It was actually, it looks to be Fion Shi. So Fion Shi on the purple and pink going out wide at turn number 11. And he has recovered to cross the line in 16th, but a big blow. And you can see how dirty that rear bumper, it was nice and clean and black. Now it's got a whole lot of brown coating all over the rear of it, and that front bumper caved in as well. Rough stuff here outside the top 10, Caleb.
Yeah, some battle scars here nonetheless for Fion Shi. He's right behind Bristol Bornman, so some work to do here for Fion as we look on the back straightaway. Your top 5 still kind of staying put. Ty Fisher there, just on the edge of the top 10. He's right behind Victor de Alencar. They haven't had enough speed to kind of get up there and try and close down their gap, but Chico Brown, I mean, he's been the strongest probably driver in this field outside of Diego Ardiles. We saw how Chico Brown put a gap on the field at Wisconsin early in that race, but his AVP-powered engine let go just before the finish, and that was heartbreak there for Chico Brown on what could have been potentially a championship-saving race there for him, and that, you know, ultimately swung the, I guess the championship the way of Diego Ardiles there. So Chico really needs a good result here, and he's been absolutely the class of the field all weekend long, and these two kids right behind him have been trying to chase him down, but have just been struggling so far in this heat race, Xander.
Well, it started off already on a downbeat, losing 400 points right off the beginning of the championship with that DQ back in Houston. Had he not had that happen to him, Turner Brown would at this point be almost neck and neck with Diego Ardiles in the title fight. But overcoming a DQ in a main event for post-race tech inspection, that has made this a very big uphill battle. He entered the weekend 581 points back. He's been perfect through the heats and pole in qualifying. That helps, but still you're trying to knock down a 580-point deficit against one of the best junior kids on the grid in Diego Ardiles, who on his bad weekend so far, his bad day, qualified still in the top 10 and finished every heat inside the top 5. It's tough. He doesn't leave a lot of points on the table for you to make up those big grounds. So Enzo Vidmontien, kind of similar boat. He's had a hot and cold season in X30 Junior. He entered 424 points back. He's finished second in 2 heats, first in the other one, and then again, in the one that he won, Diego finished third. That's only a 10-point difference. So in the main as well, where they run, 20 points better for Vidmontien, another 20 better for Turner over the pair of them, so 40 on Diego, but it's not going to do all too much. It will close the gap, though, to the drivers they're fighting in the championship, and that's the likes of Jackson Wolney and Alexander Vanchev. And let's go back and find Wolney. Again, this weekend here, there's Vanchev, here's Wolney. Just got into the top 10 a few moments ago. This has been a rough go of things in Cincinnati for Jackson Wolney. He has now at least clawed his way upwards in X30 Junior. 3 spots here in this main with that little bit of damage to the front bumper. Doesn't look like it maybe pushed in all the way, but just as we saw with Fion Shi, that midfield scrum was pretty rough. There's a look down at the SCR Red Speed crew, keeping an eye on all of their superstars right now, and Diego Ardiles, the best of the contingent, trying to hold on to the coattails of Turner Brown. Chico was 200ths better than Vidmontien last time by Caleb. He was nearly a full 10th better than Sarah Bradley, who runs back in, 2 tenths better than Bradley, and a full 10th better than Diego Ardiles in the 3rd spot. So here they come out of the dog leg down the front straightaway. Turner Brown towards the front stretch. Here he comes towards turn number 1. The lead, 8 tenths still. Ardiles starting to make up some ground, though, with a nice run.
Yeah, Ardiles definitely looks to be closing down his gap here at the moment to Enzo Vidmontien, but still a lot of work. A car length in between these two drivers here on your screen. The Speed Concepts Racing Machine there in the 3rd spot, but again, just has been pretty much bad luck for Jackson Wolney and as well for Diego Ardiles. You know, not where we're used to seeing these two drivers, and for Sarah Bradley as well. She's had a really good weekend thus far, and you know, getting herself inside of the top 5, being there all along. So she did really good in the qualifying session and kind of made all the heat races easy for herself. And then now in the main event, fighting it out with Max Weiland for the edge of the top 5.
Further back here to the back of the top 10 with Ty Fisher on the Race Lab TB here. He was kind of the first driver that really wasn't in the same time bracket as the front 9. Everyone from first back to 9th last time by, all the way back to Wolney, were within a 10th to 2 tenths of each other. Even Gassiet, Lee, Murphy, Vanchev, and so Fisher was a bit slower. That lap, he picked it back up. So whatever adjustment he made or just overcoming a mistake was better. But all the way back in 10th for the Race Lab Lime Green TB cart of Ty Fisher, and no one around. A second and a half back to Davin Roberts and 2 seconds up the road to get to Jackson Wolney. Here's back from Roberts. This is a pretty decent group here. You can see Fianchi trying to recover from that incident that sent him back to 16th. He's gotten himself back to 14th now, and he can see the next 3 karts right up in front of him here with Roberts, McGoy, and then Victor De Alencar, his teammate.
Yeah, Victor De Alencar not too far behind. 3 car lengths in between McGoy and De Alencar, who, as well, a driver we're used to seeing in the top 5, fighting for even race wins at the start of this year at his home track in Orlando. And now you look back, we're at just the turning point of the season, and he finds himself well in this championship. He currently sits in 4th here in the championship, and for him to be so far back in this field, kind of surprising. But there goes McGoy on the inside of his teammate into turn number 1. He's able to get clear on Davin Roberts.
Michael McGoy on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, half cart width just ahead of Davin Roberts now, and they both were able to pull even further away because Fianchi made that same move moments ago on De Alencar. So through the infield hairpin, we're coming up to 10 complete, 15 laps to go, and checking back in up front. I mean, it's a 1 second gap from Turner Brown back to Enzo Vidmontien. This group is, Fianchi off again. Dropped a tire coming out of the S's, lost a ton of ground. And now as your leader heads towards the front straightaway, Turner Brown back to Vidmontien and Ardiles. It's just slowly opened up here. A 1/10 advantage once again for Chico. Vidmontien now to 1.1 back. Ardiles to 1.5 back. This pack, the closest battle we really have going right now. There's a couple pairings, again, like we mentioned with Bradley and Weiland, but they're not necessarily fighting because there's not really a need for it, at this point. If you're in 4th and 5th, Caleb, you've got a second or so back to Murphy. At this, 10 laps into the race, you kind of know how good or bad your kart is, how good or bad your competitor is. In the case of Sarah Bradley and Max Weiland, I think they both have realized we're the same speed. We can fight all day long, or we can ride for the next, 20 laps, and then we'll fight near the end if one of us starts to fall off, or if we just need to go at it.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this race, so, a very good point, right? If you want to let someone go here early on, it's definitely, when you need to do it and not waste too much time and then try to be there in the end so you can put yourself within a fighting chance to either a podium finish or maybe even a race win if anything goes down in between Chico Brown, Enzo Vidmontien, and Diego Ardiles. But that gap up there just about a second. Ardiles is back to 3rd at just about 2 seconds away from Chico. So the gap's opening up here little by little, but this has definitely mixed a lot of things up here in this one, Xander, with how dominant Chico Brown has been so far in this one.
Tristan Murphy on screen in the Super Tune Tony Kart is a little bit better than these two drivers right now. Last time by, Murphy, fastest driver inside the top 10. 56.12. He was a 10th better than Turner Brown, and he was nearly 2 to 3 tenths better than Max Weiland and Sarah Bradley. This young man, Tristan Murphy, this rookie year has been filled with kind of some ups and downs. And, he and Michael McGoy were teammates at the end of last year. Tristan running with Super Tune this season in junior. Michael still with Ryan Perry Motorsport, the team they both were with in 2023. And I imagine the two of them kind of use each other as a meter stick. And if you're Tristan Murphy, you compare yourself. Michael got a win at Charlotte with the Star Series, has had a couple front-running runs. But Murphy making that move for 5th now. This is, I think, a big, boost to the confidence for Tristan Murphy to have this kind of performance in the works right now. So as we watch along with our X30 Juniors on the racetrack, we're just at the halfway mark, and we're getting ready as well to see that grid fill up with KA Masters. Laurentius Mardan is standing by. Let's go down side by side. Larry, good to see you, buddy, and talk to me a little bit about what this weekend has looked like in the Masters class. From our perspective, there's anywhere from probably 6 to maybe 7 of you that might have a real shot at the race win.
Yes, hello, guys. 6 of us, very, very close, very competitive. I like to see that. I would like to see Robbie, man. When I start carring in US, Robbie was winning everything in WKA and Senior. So I really feel a little old right now, seeing Robbie running Masters. But yeah, we do our best. I think we have the equipment. We just wrecked in Heat 1. But we have pace. We have pace, and we have to play it smart and see what we can get out of it.
Now, talking about the racetrack, you've been here at least with customers throughout this year at some of the other events. This rubber, the grip down this weekend seems insane, and KA Masters has the highest minimum weight of all the classes. So what's it like out there for you guys, and is that really the main focal point through the practice, just trying to keep the kart nice and free?
Honestly, my go-kart, it's pretty much standard. I ran the Rotax race here, and I'm pretty much using similar setup. It's not far away from standard. So I think our go-kart works really good when the track has grip. It's very physical. Yes, you have to be able to handle it, hold it, and put the tire where it needs to be. And I think it's a good opportunity for us.
Well, Larry, we appreciate all the input, buddy, and want to let you get back to locking in for your main event. Like you said, at least 6 of you, it looks like, could be all in one big group battling. So congratulations on the good run so far this week, and we wish you best of luck here in the main event shortly.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
There you have it from Laurentiu Mardan, folks, for Mr. Technokart USA, one half of the program, along with Christian Vomir. And he'll be rolling off from the pointy end of the grid in KA100 Masters momentarily. Now, in X30 Junior, we watched Murphy get up, get around Weiland. He's done the same now to Sarah Bradley. And not far away from Tristan Murphy is third place, the points leader, Diego Ardiles. Jackson Wolney's also moved up the chains a little bit. He's gotten to seventh, getting by Alexander Vanchev and Chase Gassiet-Lee. That Kart Republic is starting to move. Last time by for Wolney, he was equal to that of Turner Brown, and the only three drivers similar in pace, or the three fastest ones, Caleb. Brown at a 56.1, Murphy a 56.1, and Jackson Wolney a 56.1. The rest of your top 10, anywhere from 2 to 3/10 of a second off the pace.
Fall back from Chico Brown and Ardiles as well. Kind of matching the lap times Enzo Vidmontien, but just hasn't had enough to kind of stay there and to hit his marks like Vidmontien has. And for Tristan Murphy, again, same lap times for him, 56.1. Sarah Bradley as well, but the fighting that they're doing is kind of just stagnating them here a little bit, Xander.
For Enzo Vidmontien, I think this is probably the most frustrating race he's had this weekend, to the point, Caleb. He was closing the gap, it seemed like, throughout yesterday to Turner Brown, getting a little bit better throughout each of those three heat races to eventually culminating in the Heat 3 win. And then all of a sudden here in the main event, yeah, he did fall back to third off the start, but still he got back to second and was within 5 or 6/10 of Chico on the second lap, and he's just watched the RPG Cosmic inch away lap after lap. It was another 1/10 and a quarter last time by. There's nothing that kind of takes the wind out of your sails than just driving by yourself and watching the car in front of you drive away.
It's almost kind of like a deflating feeling whenever you're driving behind somebody and they just continue to get away here. So that's definitely a deflating feeling here for Enzo Vidmontien, who just doesn't have an answer at the moment for Chico Brown. But, I mean, again, everybody speaking to a lot of drivers here this weekend. Cooper Shipman was one of the ones in his interview who told me it's going to be super important to have a car that can last 20-plus laps here this weekend at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. You see how much rubber is building up on that back section of the racetrack. It continues to lay down rubber every single time that more and more cars come out for their sessions. So for a guy like Chico Brown to have that long-run pace, to be able to keep up his pace and go even faster than anybody else, 2/10 quicker this far into the race, definitely says a lot for that entire RPG team and that AVP-powered machine.
Again, how about it for the run right now with Tristan Murphy to be able to match the pace of the leader most of the recent laps. Now, Diego Ardiles, I don't know if he was cruising a bit once he started watching Vidmontien get away, or if he's just figured something out driving-wise. He's picked up his pace where it looked like Murphy was going to quickly make a work of Diego for third. Diego's kind of pulled the gap back out, and in fact, he's actually reeling in Enzo Vidmontien bit by bit. Still about 1.3 seconds away. We're going to hit the line this time. We'll see 6 laps to go. but it might not be over yet for second on back. It looked like for most of this race, Enzo was at least going to be the next best to Turner Brown. I don't know if that's the case anymore. And even more interesting is Jackson Wolney. That time by, Jackson Wolney fastest by a full 1/10 of a second. Sarah Bradley just went way wide over in turn number 1, and we've got a problem. Around in turn 2 is Murphy. Sarah Bradley and Tristan Murphy, as we were following the cars out of 1 and over to turn number 2, Tristan Murphy. Oh, man. I don't know if he dropped a tire or if he and Bradley collided. We saw Bradley slowly getting away. There she is, just ahead of Jackson Wolney. But Tristan Murphy's run to the podium ends in the wall with 5.5 laps to go.
Heartbreak there for Murphy, but now for Jackson Wolney, he's had bad luck all weekend long, and now you get here to the main event, and you're running inside of the top 5. So this is definitely, I guess, a consolation prize nonetheless for Jackson Wolney, who as well finds himself in this championship fight. He currently sits in second behind Diego Ardiles, 252 points back. So this is exactly what he needs to kind of salvage what's been an up and down weekend so far. He had a DNF in a couple of the, I believe it was 1 or 2 of the heat races yesterday, and just lacked the pace over those 12 lap stints. And now he's fighting with his teammate in Sarah Bradley. He's able to get clear in turn 4.
Nice move, Jackson Wolney. That's now into 4th overall. Talk about salvaging the championship here. Jackson Wolney kept himself in the hunt at the SCUSA Pro Tour by just being consistent, but with the drops factored in, that's where he got burned. Had they had no drops, it would have been a much closer, I think, conversation in both of the junior categories. The U.S. Pro Kart Series does not have drops in 2024, so being consistent through the year pays dividends. That's why it's been so tough for Enzo and Turner Brown to crack the top couple spots. It's also why Jackson Wolney is in the 2nd spot in the title fight. But the heat races this weekend, it's been rough for him. Oh, and it just got rougher for Ty Fisher, who comes to a halt in 8th on the outside of the back hairpin. So the Race Lab TB will not make it to the end of the main, and he's doing everything he can to fire it back up. But I think, there's the call from the official. Hey, time to hop out, man. Sadly, your day is over. But Jackson Wolney driving forward. I mean, you talk about damage limitation on your bad days that wins you championships. If he ends 4th, that's only going to be about maybe a 15 or 10-point difference to Diego Ardiles in 3rd. That is going to keep him in the hunt going to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the season finale here in a month.
Yeah, so Jackson Wolney definitely going to be in the hunt for sure when we get to the end of this series at Newcastle Motorsports Park. And we saw how strong Austin Garrison was there last year, taking the win in that round whenever we went to Newcastle Motorsports Park. So we know that Speed Lab Racing Engine Speed Concepts machine is definitely going to be really quick. But you talk about quick, this kid has been absolutely flying all race long. And whenever you think about junior classes in the U.S. and maybe even overseas now after he went overseas earlier this year at the FIA Academy, you think about Chico Brown on what a year he had last year, and he comes back this year, and he's so dominant after moving over to the Rawlson Performance Group team and does what he does and puts in the laps that he's put in, just kind of sailing and hitting his marks and being picture perfect all race long here for Chico Brown.
Enzo Vidmontien still holding that gap back to Diego Ardiles, 1.2 seconds last time by, and then again, Wolney trying to track down Ardiles now after getting by Sarah Bradley. I don't know if he'll get there by the end of it all, but he is definitely putting on an impressive charge through the field. Looking again at all of the net kind of gains and moves and shakes there. 5 up for Fianchy, really more like 10 up because he went up into the top 10 just to go off and then fell back to 16th, drove back up to 9th. Great recovery for Fianchy twice now. Bristol Bornman up a ton of spots. The Nash Motorsports driver into the top 10, 9 gained, and the only driver right now with more gained than Jackson Wolney, who is up 8 and into the 4th position onto the podium. The points later, though, Diego Ardiles with a 3rd will keep things close. He'll make it tough for Turner and for Enzo to make up the ground. Like you said, Caleb, when it comes to the MCC Kartplex, especially in X30 Junior, there is nobody on the same level here as RPG's Turner Brown. 1 lap to go here, and if we go back again, they do not run this category at the Stars Championship Series. They have the OKN Junior category. Well, for Chico. He's running the OK Junior package, so we know he's good in that because he obviously already came home with some hardware on the first couple rounds after now 2 rounds in, I believe, to the FIA Academy Series. But there's only been 2 national events here that have had the X30 Junior category at this racetrack. The first one, the SCUSA Pro Tour. The second one, this weekend. And while it won't be a clean sweep with Enzo Vidmontien stealing that 3rd heat race win away, top qualifier, fastest on Friday, winner in Heat 1, winner in Heat number 2, a close fought 2nd in Heat 3, but in the main event for 25 laps, he will lead them all and dominate. Turner Brown wins the Ohio State Grand Prix in X30 Junior.
How about it for Chico Brown there? And what a celebration there for this kid who's been so dominant this year. And man and machine coming together, and he definitely put on a clinic here today in a zip code of his own, to say the least. Enzo Vidmontien crosses the line 2nd. Your championship points leader crosses the line 3rd. Jackson Woney salvages some points here in 4th. And Sarah Bradley runs up your top 5.
Nice congratulations there for Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien with each other. Jackson Wolney again onto the box. Sarah Bradley onto the podium as well. Solid runs for all of those drivers. Back to, again, Bristol Boardman. Great charge up from the last row to position number 10 at the end of the 25-lap main event. But a good ways back from the leaders. They were kind of on a field of their own, really. Class of their own as well for Turner Brown individually from the top 5. What a run today for Chico. So they go into the books. We'll take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we'll hear from Turner Brown, our most recent race winner, with 2 more main events to roll. We heard from Laurent Martin. We expect as many as 6, if not more, in the mix in KA Masters. They're up next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Nash Motorsports KA100 Masters onto the racetrack now. Let's take you through the starting lineup for the heavyweights here in the 30 and over division. Nicky Coelho on the inside of row number 1 into the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, and Robbie Boydishow on the outside in the Magic Kart. Andy Kutcher, the independent, on the inside of row 2 alongside Clay Settles' top card in the 454.
Laurencio Mardan and Miguel Mir on row number 3. Martin Stone and Paul Lafonte on row 4. Austin Queen and Scott Carpellotti, your top 10 drivers. Kim Carpellotti and Andre Isaac, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting on row number 6.
A quick happy birthday shout out here to Clay Settles. We talked about it in the warm-up. He'd love a birthday win here today. Rolls from 4th for Laurencio Mardan. We talked to him. He said, I felt a bit old with Robbie Boydishow joining me in Masters. That was the man in Senior when he started racing. And, well, for Robbie and for Nicky, a bit too fast, and they're going to take another lap around to the cut-through per Porter. So the KA Masters on the racetrack now. The X30 Pros, I believe, can begin to stage for their main event now. They're going to be rolled out onto the front straightaway when they're ready for their final. That'll be, of course, all kind of pre-staged during this KA Masters main event. And it'll give us a few minutes while they're prepping on the front straightaway to talk about some of the superstars on deck and ready to do battle. For now, though, our 6th of the 7 main events on tap today. KA Masters going to roll over the curbs and the S's, head up the crest, and go for attempt number 2 at the green. 25 laps. And that is a long time around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati Kartplex. That is a lot of curbs that you're flying through. A lot of grip down, a lot of rhino liner in those hairpins. We've talked about it, probably into the ground at this point this weekend, but that's because it really is on the top of everyone's minds right now just because of how physically demanding it is. So for Masters 30 and over, 25 laps. Who's got it here down to turn 1? Well, we've got them going, and it's a good jump for Coelho and Boydishow. They'll get the lead down into the first hairpin, and all of the field just kind of cruising, it looked like, there once they got the green.
Yeah, just kind of tiptoeing into turn number 1 for everybody. Clay Settles fades low. Boydishow fades low as well. Not able to get through on Nicky Coelho. Miguel Mir there further back, just on the edge of the top 5, and everybody single file line. And the question coming to this one, are they going to fight or are they going to wait it out? Because it's a long one here, Xander.
It is. It's quite a while here for these KA Masters. So as they begin their run, 25 laps here, working lap number 1. Nicky Coelho, the leader, over Robbie Boydishow. Clay Settles just got through to 3rd on Andy Kutcher. No changes into the back hairpin. Great start as well for Miguel Mir into the top 5 on the Orsolone Tony Kart. We spoke to Laurencio Mardan before the race here. He's pressuring him in 6th, and they're going to go side by side for 3rd. Kutcher and Settles down the front straightaway, wheel to wheel. Nothing happening there. Maybe an over-under. Yes. No, almost. Good little pack here forming, but the leader's getting away. And, well, we want to talk to one leader who really got away, and that is our most recent winner, X30 Junior, Chico Brown. Let's go down to pit lane here. Chico, talking to you about that main event. I mean, you have just been unstoppable in the X30 Junior class at this racetrack. What is the secret?
I mean, it's the Rawson Performance Group over there. I mean, the AVP engine was on rails the entire weekend, like it always is. I mean, the team did an outstanding job, and I mean, the package was so perfect this final, and we really nailed it.
You're a kid with a lot of energy. What's going through your mind when you're out there by yourself for 25 laps, Chico? What do you do to stay focused?
I think singing helps me a little bit, so sometimes I sing in my helmet, but you just gotta try your hardest, because when it's hot and it's 25 laps, it's definitely difficult.
What were you singing out there today?
A little bit of Katy Perry, you know, it fluctuates.
Well, Chico, it obviously worked, buddy. Awesome job. Congratulations. You were unbelievable here this weekend. Who would you like to thank for making it all happen and helping you have such a fast piece to take to the front?
I really want to thank my mechanic Brady, the whole Rawson Performance Group team, Cedric, Ben, Martin Stone, Alex Vincent, all of my friends that support me, and some of them actually came out here to watch. My babysitter that I had when I was born. So thank you for coming out and everyone that supports me to get here, and it's been such a long journey, and I can't wait to go further.
All right, congratulations, Chico. We will let you head back to the tent to celebrate a little bit. Get ready to watch your teammates in X30 Pro, and more importantly, keep your suit nearby so you can head over to podiums later. Congrats, buddy.
Thank you so much.
There you have it from Chico Brown, your X30 Junior main event winner. 3 laps complete out of the 25 in KA Masters. A little bit of shuffling. Your leader, Nicky Coelho, up and over a second. You think he's singing Katy Perry in the helmet, Caleb?
I mean, I don't know. It depends if he feels like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to, I don't know how the rest of it goes. But anyways, Nicky Coelho absolutely flying here. And maybe some heavy metal rock would help out Coelho here, and Clay Settles and Andy Kutcher, they seem more of that vibe.
Folks, for those of you watching along at home, Chico is not joking. I've been waiting to ask him that on the air for quite some time. This is the kid that literally doubled up at Supernats with 2 main event wins in X30 Junior and KA Junior and just led the entire junior field, was class of the field, and he's out there singing Katy Perry songs to stay focused. But, hey, man, whatever works, that kid is a rock star, 12 years old, and top of the pylon in X30 Junior. Now, for KA Masters, you heard from Laurentiu Mardan in the interview. He said he thought there might be about 6 of us kind of all together. Well, he has not been able to even close up to 2nd through 4th quite yet. He got around Miguel Mir for 5th a few laps ago, but he's about half a second to 7/10 back from Kutcher and 2.3 out of the lead. This is the biggest spread we've seen so far this weekend in the Masters class.
Yeah, so, I mean, a big spread, and he said he was kind of standard out of the box, so we'll see for Laurentiu Mardan. Miguel Mir as well spoke to him before he even went out, and he's been struggling with a lot of grip, and only in the last 2 corners here for Miguel Mir. And you see how much rubber kind of has been built up there, and Miguel being a taller guy than the rest of the field, like Mardan and Nicky Coelho and maybe even Bajosa, who sits a little lower in the seat. He says he just kind of gets bogged down here in these last 2 hairpins. So that's where he's kind of losing a lot of time to Elefante here at the moment, and where he's losing time to Mardan and everybody else ahead. So for Andy Kutcher now on the rear bumper here of Clay Settles. Let's see if the MCC Kartplex local and Kutcher can try and attempt to move here on Clay Settles. Not going to be enough there in turn 3. So Kutcher just being patient here, biding his time, and kind of learning here from Settles a little bit.
That time by, I will say it was smart to do that. They all gained following Robbie Boydeshow towards Nicky Coelho. It was the first lap since the drop of the green flag that Coelho was not pulling away from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They tracked him down from 1 second to less than 9/10. Oh, and a little wide there, it looked like for Kutcher coming up and through the S's, but at least for the case of Robbie Boydeshow, down to within a second there on the Magic Kart. I mean, he is tracking down your race leader bit by bit right now. Clay Settles with Kutcher right there, like you said. They're all just, kind of ticking the laps off and waiting to see if someone is really slower in front of you, you may go by them. But fighting for the sake of fighting, not something I think we're going to see at all for the next maybe 15 laps or so here in KA Masters. There's no egos at this point. They're all going, okay, long race. The more we pass, every pass is a 2 or 3/10 loss. Let's just cruise. As long as you're as good as I am and I'm as good as you are, we can ride with you in front, me in front. Doesn't matter. We're just not going to lose time to the leader.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's one of the biggest keys here as well. But you also have to think about, right? A lot of these drivers talk about having a piece underneath them that can really go all the way and, last all 25 laps. But again, this is a very physical racetrack here. A lot of bumps, especially in this back section. A lot of G's as well in that left-hander. So for some of these drivers, it's going to start to hurt your ribs a little. Going to start to hurt your forearms. Everything going to kind of start to feel a little bit more tired and tense up just that little bit more. Even cramps whenever you're sitting there in the heat of it all, no? So it's definitely something to look out for here for some of these guys. Maybe, getting a little tired, but that adrenaline definitely going to help nonetheless. And Mardan just falling off the pace here from the 3 drivers ahead of him, unfortunately.
Yeah, Laurentiu Mardan was was only 7/10 away from this group. He's now 8/10, pushing 9/10 away. The good news for Laurentiu, though, they are all still gaining on Nicky Coelho. Mardan was 2.2 back. He's down to 1.6. The top 5 are tightening up now, and it has been that way for the last 2 or 3 laps. Still a long way to go here in this KA Master main event here. 7 laps complete out of the 25, so 18 laps remaining right now while they work through the back section Coelho the leader here by about 0.6 and probably down to 4.5, pushing 5 when we hit the timing loop, and it updates again because Robbie Boydishow has gotten within the draft, and that is going to pull him along this major front straightaway from the exit of turn 14, the dog leg at 15 and 16, and down to turn number 1. A full throttle run, another 10.5 lopped off the gap.
Yeah, so we'll see if Boydishow can continue to keep up this pace and try and close down his gap to Nicky Coelho here. But along with him, Clay Settles is also really quick. He was about a 10th off of Boydishow last time around. But, I mean, if you're Clay Settles in this third spot, you want to kind of just continue to push, continue to maintain the gap that you have with Boydishow. Don't get, all too close. But, again, you see he's closing down his gap to Nicky Coelho. That's the race win there. And if you're Clay Settles and seeing that, your eyes start to widen a little bit. You start to push a little harder. You start to get on the gas a little earlier. So, for a guy like Settles and for a guy like Andy Kutcher, who has probably more laps than the rest of the field here at MCC, he's sitting there in fourth and probably been in this situation a couple of times.
Through turn 13 and 14 here. Keep an eye on the 6th place driver as well. Martin Stone, last time by, started to roll forward as the rest of the train has towards Nicky Coelho. He was 2.7 seconds back. He's down to 2.3. That was a 4/10 gain on the race leader. Took him a minute for the tires to come in, but Martin Stone, and I feel like right now, Caleb, you can kind of judge how good or bad someone's go-kart is by how much inside rear tire lift they're getting in turn number 2. When they're a bit too stuck to the ground and the outside's digging in, that tire is staying high up in the air. It was a quick lift and set back down for Martin Stone. That kart looks pretty good right now. He might be able to get all the way up to the lead in a couple laps if the rest of the field is not careful.
No, Stone definitely has serious pace here. He was a lot quicker than the rest of the field. So if Stone can continue to pound these laps, continue to hit his marks, he can get closer and closer to the rear bumper of Laurencio Mardan. But Robbie Boydishow, he looks like he's going to want to go here in a couple of moments' time. He's about to be on the rear bumper here of Nicky Coelho, who looked back and saw Clay Settles, saw Robbie Boydishow as well. So he's going to have to get a move on here. That gap opens back up to about a car length when they cross the stripe. And yeah, Coelho improved by a 1/10 of a second here. So we're not even halfway through, only 11 laps into this one. Still a lot more to go.
Yeah, long way to go. But we are enough laps in to start to see the difference in pace. And for Miguel Mir, for example, 7th and on back, I don't know if it's going to materialize. They're already up to 8 seconds away. He and Scott Carapalati, Austin Queen, Paul Elefante, they're in a little 4-car train of their own going through the infield hairpin at turn 7 right now. And they're having a good little scrap. But we've got one for the lead. Robbie Boydishow, no! Nicky Coelho trying to close the door. Here comes Clay Settles, 2-for-1 special. The top kart goes to the lead in turn 13.
That was really close there in turn number 12. Coelho just tried to shut the door on Boydishow and didn't even know he was there, and they almost came together, and that allowed Clay Settles to take advantage. There goes Coelho to the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get through. Boydishow looking to get through as well. Settles falls back to the 3rd spot here. Kutcher there very much in play here in 4th. And how about Martin Stone? Where is he at? His gap's definitely going to close down this time by the more that your top 4 continue to fight. Laurencio starting to close down his gap as well. But here comes Martin Stone. You look at his lap time last time by, a 59.6. So a little bit off, but definitely needs to get on the horse here.
Yeah, he's got to find that last little bit to get up to the leaders because he caught a lot that lap because they were battling. But beyond that, I mean, it's not going to just magically disappear. And I don't know what happened the lap before the battle for the lead because, I mean, he was making up ground, and maybe he made a mistake. Maybe something went wrong. He lost nearly a full second, Martin Stone did. On the other end, Laurencio Mardan closing in slowly, surely. Now into frame as we hit the halfway mark. 12 down, 13 to go. And it's a 5-car party here at the front in KA Masters. Nicky Coelho holding on to the lead. Robbie Boydishow has a run on him out of turn 3. Coelho, center track. It's looking a bit like KA Junior and KA Senior here, Caleb. I didn't think they were going to be this racy. They are.
I was just about to say, right, it's looking a lot like KA Senior, KA Junior here from the oldest drivers here this weekend. As there goes Nicky Coelho into the S's. Boydishow still looking very sporty here. He's going to try and set something up for the straightaway. He has a really good run this time by. He's on the rear bumper of Coelho. Does he fade low? He knows what happened a couple of laps prior there, so going to stay in line, but he's going to go now into turn number 13. He's able to get clear. Coelho looking to go over under. Not going to be enough. So again, for the first time this race, Robbie Boydeshow, who we thought was Tom Gersher at the start of this weekend, is going to lead us away here in KA Masters.
Yeah, he is back at the point, the number one spot on the leaderboard, right where he ended things on Friday. Robbie Boydeshow in a last-second effort here to hop behind the wheel. He's got the old school suit. He's got a blank, a white Arai helmet, and a clear visor, and he's got it first place here on the national scene, a mix amongst a ton of nice suits, colored helmets, and tinted visors. Robbie's got the white lid at the front here as they go through the S's, and you can see straight through to his eyes and the determination that he's got to try and bring home a Magic Kart win. AJ got really close to it, and KA Senior ends up second, extending, I believe, a small championship points lead going into Indiana. But now Robbie, in a one-off effort, has a chance to bring them the big trophy home here if he can hang on to the lead for the next 11 laps, because we're now 14 complete, almost down to 10 to go. And it looks like Andy Kutcher is looking to maybe get by Clay Settles. He's been happy to ride behind him for a little while now, Caleb. Starting to look a little antsy back there.
Yeah, but again, I mean, if you see the top two fighting, you're not gaining any time. The prime position is definitely going to be third place here. We've seen that kind of benefit a couple of drivers so far this weekend. So for Laurencio Mardan, Andy Kutcher, and Clay Settles, they're going to try and figure out who's going to lead their second train here to be there if and when these two decide to fight up at the front in Boydeshow and Nicky Coelho. So we'll see what it looks like into turn number 11. No moves being made as of yet, and we're going to rock it up the hill, down the hill now, and everybody's still single file.
Yeah, I think they're going to be riding for a bit longer, and that's bad news for Martin Stone. He's kind of sorted out whatever was going on that lap or two where he lost a lot of time back in sixth. The RPG Cosmic now is still just dead even at 3 seconds away from the leaders and about 2.2 back from Laurencio Mardan. Now, if we watch the leaders come through turn number 1, let's go check back in with that group from 7th, 8th, and 9th, give a little love all the way back to 10th. So here's Miguel Mir on that Orsilon Racing Tony Kart by himself. Austin Queen ahead of Scott Carapolati and Paul Elefante, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And Elefante there on that Rocket Racing Company Formula K kart. Haven't seen a whole lot of those machines, but the RRC group based out of Miami, Florida, trying to get a few more of them into the mix. Another manufacturer brand built by the IPK factory. And then, of course, ahead of him, the Cosmic there at Carapolati, the Tony Kart of Austin Queen. All three of these drivers, very similar to the leaders now, kind of just cruising. Miguel Mir is at least trying to get away, I think, a little bit, and pull from that group. So if any of them think they're better as the leader than Austin Queen, they may go by him. But it looks like from checking in with that group that they're mainly just hanging around and running the laps down. And so as they do that, and with Andy Kutcher moving by, Clay Settles for third. And oh no, Andy goes around in turn 1. Kutcher dropped the right rear tire in the dirt. Andy Kutcher with a spin in the first corner. He'll drop all the way back to 6th. Thankfully, they built the big gap back to Mir, but big time loss there for Kutcher, and that just split us up in pairs of 2, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Andy Kutcher, and uncharacteristic for him, a guy who has a lot of laps around this place, races here regularly throughout the MCC Pro-Am series here, so unfortunate there for Andy Kutcher. Nonetheless, he's going to slot himself right ahead of Miguel Mir in the 6th spot.
Let's go down to pit lane, folks. We're going to chat with Alessandro Di Tullio from the Interim S Camp. Ale, yesterday, you ended the day with a heat race win. Like you said, you felt like Ryan maybe wasn't pushing. He knew he had, a good amount of points with a P2 and pole today. But as you're lined up, ready to go for the main, do you feel like you're able to find a little bit more for this 25-lapper?
I mean, we've had good pace the whole week. Now it's just a matter of all together. Getting the pressure right for the longer race and see how the race plays out. We start off pole, which is not the easiest, but we can also make it work from there. So yeah, we just see what we could do. Our pace is strong, and yeah, hopefully we can have a strong pace all 25 laps and challenge mainly Ryan for it, since he's starting on pole. We know how fast he is up front.
What do you think has been the difference here for him to you through the weekend? You're obviously able to run pretty close with him in the first 2 heats and lead the way in heat number 3. Where is the last little bit that he's kind of had over the field, do you think?
I mean, yeah, he's just very fast up front. I think he has just a package to do so. Obviously, he's also very consistent, but he has a package to do so, and that's where we lack. So, we're fast when we're behind people. When we're in front, we're decent, but I don't think we're fast enough to, to lead the way and pull away. That can change here in the final. We don't know, but we know how strong he is up front. So just we got to stay close and hopefully make some moves.
Well, Ale, we'll let you get ready to lock in. Good luck here in this main event, and happy to see you at least have a solid run so far. P2 on the grid and a heat race win to this point.
Thank you.
There you have it from Alessandro DiTullio, folks, as he lines up on the outside of row number 1 for the X30 Pro main event on deck. While we were chatting with him, well, it looked like for just a split second, Caleb, we were going to be down to 2 drivers up front, but they have started to trade the lead a couple of times. Nicky Coelho and Robbie Boydeshow, and now Clay Settles, Laurentiu Martin, they're back in the conversation.
Yeah, a couple of drivers kind of getting themselves back in the mix here, and very well in tow. So for Clay Settles, finding himself in a good podium spot, but definitely not where he's going to want to finish. He wants to be on the top step of the podium here. But Robbie Boydeshow ahead of him, and so is Nicky Coelho. So still some work to do for Clay Settles as he closes down his gap in turn 2.
Let's go down again back to the pit lane area. Brandon Carr standing by with us. And Brandon, chatting with you a little bit through the weekend. You've had, good pace. It's been speed-wise probably one of the better weekends for you on the season. How do you feel after a warm-up session and where you're at for today's main event?
Yeah, this morning we was pretty good in practice, so we just got to keep going into the race. It's a long old race, 25 laps, so keep calm at the start and make sure we've got something at the end to go at it.
Yeah, and speaking of going at it, I mean, you were with Ryan just kind of putting in laps in heats 1 and 2, and then got kind of dragged into a lot of fighting that led to you and Austin Garrison colliding in heat number 3. Did you learn anything? Is this track racing any bit different, per se, this weekend than maybe the previous weekends we've been here?
It's not really racing much different. It's one of them tracks where you can kind of cover quite easily and not lose much time, so it makes it really hard to pass. So I'm just going to have to see what happens and try and make them passes that people are not going to expect. So there's going to be a lot of those, really, I think, in this one. So that's going to make it a little bit harder for everyone else, because you're always going to be thinking where I need to pass them. When you get behind them, you think, where do they make a mistake where I can compromise from it? So you never know what's going to happen. It's a long 25 laps. Anything can go on.
Fair enough. Well, for Brandon, like you said, long 25 lapper. You gonna last it, man? It's a hot one here today. You've been pushing your fluids and making sure that you're ready to go.
Yeah, we're gonna go out hard.
All right. Good luck here, Brandon.
Thank you.
Once again, folks, that's Brandon Carr, top qualifier on Friday, his first pole award of the 2024 national season. And our pole award winner in KA Masters was Robbie Boydeshow, but Nicky Coelho got to lead us to green, and these two are putting on one heck of a show. And now Clay Settles wants in on the action. He takes over second. On the top card, half a car back from Boydeshow and a car length back to Coelho. So with 4 laps to go, the battle is beginning to unwind here in KA Master. We'll go with one more pre-race interview for X30 Pro, this time with the current points leader, Austin Garrison. Austin, we talked to you earlier on in the weekend. Caleb was able to catch up with you and talk about what it would mean to be able to win the national championship, with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. But I think more so for you, funny enough, the awesome performance you've had, it has not come with a regular season X30 championship, and the same can be said for Speed Concepts Racing. To bring that for you and also do it with them, how would that feel?
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely amazing. We've been working our absolute butts off to try to go and pull this off. Definitely, even if I win the main event here, it's not going to be enough to go and clinch the title. We're obviously going to have to go and get it at the next event. But, for my first officially full season of running SCUSA and the United States Pro Kart Series, I think we've been doing quite well. We just got to make sure, starting on this race, that everybody has to just, keep it super clean. And, there's a 25-lap main. It's no reason to go and force any issue in the first few opening laps when you got, 22 other laps to go and burn down. It's going to be a really long race. the race in the first few laps is going to be pretty tough. We're all going to be out there blocking, and running the bottom of the racetrack for a little bit. But once it kind of, pans out, and we get a gap spread out through the field, it's going to calm down, and then we're just going to be burning laps all the way to the very end.
Well, from where you roll off and how you were able to drive through the field yesterday, I imagine confidence has got to be pretty good. Are you going to be able to take this thing all the way up to the top step of the podium today?
Yeah, we've been kind of, having issues with our chassis throughout this weekend, and we've been, just changing little stuff here and there just to try to go and make it right. But now, obviously, everybody starts with fresh tires, and we made another small adjustment for this main event, and hopefully it's going to be good enough to go and take the win.
All right, Austin, best of luck here. We'll let you get ready to get suited up.
All right, thank you.
There you have it from Austin Garrison, folks. Final lap underway when they get back to the start-finish line. Clay Settles has gone to the lead. His birthday today. Can he get a main event win? He's going to need a fight for it. Robbie Boydeshow with a big run was looking to go, and Settles blocked low, but he overshot the corner. Here they go into turn 13. Barely slamming the door shut on Robbie. Settles the leader. And out of the last turn, white flag in the air. He's bought himself a gap. 2 car lengths from Clay Settles back to Robbie Boydeshow, but Nicky Coelho with a monster run down to turn 1.
Man, elbows were out there in turn number 12 to kind of hold off Robbie Boydeshow on his charge to the point of the field. Clay Settles holding on with everything that he's got. Nicky Coelho there in third, waiting for everything to explode in between 1 and 2, so he can take advantage. There goes Boydeshow to the point of the field. Clay Settles, a slick move, over under, goes back.
Nicely done. Clay Settles now. Robbie Boydeshow has to clean the tires back off, make it through this corner, hit the S's nice, and keep himself in contention. Settles a little wide to keep the momentum up, but they're still close. Nicky Coelho lurking, hoping for something to go down so he can pick up the pieces. Big run out of the S's and over the hill. Settles will take them to the low side. Laurentiu Mardan in the catbird seat, back in fourth, hoping for some chaos here on this final lap. Settles covering the inside in 13. Does it in 14? Yes, he does. A little bit tripped up for Boydeshow. Mardan side by side with Nicky Coelho. But it's a happy birthday win for Clay Settles at the MCC Kartplex.
Goodness gracious, Clay Settles able to take away the win here in KA100 Masters. Robbie Boydeshow in his first race back in a single-speed KA100 engine since 2015. Robopong, he's here, and you see his entire family there on the fence line cheering him on. So good sights there for Clay Settles, who wins. Robbie Boydeshow crosses the line second. Nicky Coelho rounds up your top 3.
Clay Settles had to take a bit of the spring off and a little bit of the fall as he became a father for the first time earlier this year. He got the news at this venue for the Stars event last year, and now he comes back. And I believe it's either first or second trip back to the MCC Kartplex for Clay Settles. But on trip number 2, it's victorious after a rough and tumble run, you're right, from the SCUSA Pro Tour. But a win in a battle, a 4-way dogfight. Clay Settles victorious. Robbie Boydeshow still tip of the cap to Thor and the Magic Kart crew for that last-second call-up into a single-speed machine and getting after it here with the rest of the KA Masters field. P2 on the day for Robbie, and he had the opportunity, Caleb, to kind of rough Clay up a little bit there. He cut him a few breaks. He tried to play it clean, and that's a real respectful way to end the KA Masters weekend. I enjoyed watching that. That was cool.
Yeah, a lot of respect there in between those drivers, and that kind of shows you the maturity in that field, being the oldest drivers in the field. So a lot of respect, and good to see from our end. Again, Laurentiu Mardan, we spoke to him before the race. He finishes 4th. Martin Stone able to cap off a top 5 finish here. Andy Kutcher 6th, Queen 7th, Miguel Mir 8th, Carapalati in 9th, Paul LaFonte 10th, Andre Isaac 11th, and Kim Carapalati runs up your field in 12th here. But that's it for your KA100 Masters. It's officially that time of the weekend. X30 Pro is coming up next here, Xander.
Yep, on the other side of the break, folks. You can see them down on the grid. Helmets on. We'll be ready for the X30 Pro main.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? Karts onto the racetrack now here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as we get ready to roll with the Pro X30 Senior main event. It's presented by Rollison Performance Group. Let's take you through the starting lineup as they begin the warm-up lap here. Ryan Norberg, the number 1 plate, on the pole after 2 heat wins and a solid run from a second place result in qualifying. He's joined by our only other heat race winner in Alessandro DiTullio for row number 1.
Paulie Massimino starting alongside Harley Keeble on row number 2. Those two drivers were very close to each other across all the heat races. Brandon Carr and Austin Garrison there on row number 3.
Row number 4, Luis Speck on the Race Lab Karting TB kart from Germany makes his first U.S. regular season start. He's joined by X30 Pro rookie, debut weekend for Austin Olds.
You go back with Josh Oates and Nicholas Terlecki in all Oates driver development, row number 5.
Gia Cicero was involved in a crazy battle yesterday with Speck, herself, and Carter McMurray. She lines up alongside the young 16-year-old in the Timmy Tech Comp Kart on row number 6. And then it's Brian Garcia and Gavin Bailiff back on row 7.
Santi Fernandez and Alex Feldstein, who is slated to start here on row number 8. Quentin McPherson and Henry Lepard in all Rollison Performance Group, row number 9.
Austin Perrin rolls off 19th, and after getting a disqualification penalty yesterday, Aiden Levy rolls off shotgun in 20th. Here we go, 25 laps. X30 Pro is green down to turn 1 from Cincinnati. And Paulie Massimino, ADT, a little bit of contact. Massimino into second as DiTullio tried to pinch it tight, and he kind of got out in the weeds. So he'll fall into line somewhere around 5th or 6th down to turn 4.
Yeah, he just found himself kind of on the marbles there and no grip out there, so he struggled to kind of keep it on the racetrack and dropped the tire. He's behind his teammate in Harley Keeble, and now Luis Speck inside of the top 5, putting the pressure on the Inter MS Kart Republic.
Good run through the first couple of corners here for the field. Levy's already up 2 spots. Again, Luis Speck right there on the tail of ADT. Speck had to start dead last in his heat races after a DQ in qualifying, and issues for Brian Garcia to the wayside there at the end of the S's. He'll fall to the rear. And we look back up front as DiTullio into the rear bumper of his teammate Harley Keeble in turn number 13.
And that's going to cost him a spot there to Luis Speck and maybe even another to Austin Garrison there. So Alessandro DiTullio losing a lot of time here at the start of this one. There's Josh Oates up inside of the top 10. Along with him, Gia Cicero.
Gia Cicero with a great start here. Let's see the movers and shakers from that first lap. 5 back for DiTullio, 4 up for Santi Fernandez. Good start for him. And again, Cicero up a little as Brandon Carr gets by Massimino for second. And just like that, he's going to have a huge gap to run down Ryan Norberg, who we know is so good on low air and cold tires. He's already got himself a 7/10 cushion.
Yeah, we've seen him, Brandon Carr. You know, he hasn't had, I guess, the pace early this year, but in this race at their home track, definitely has a lot of spec now, putting the pressure on Harley Keeble, who's going to defend for 3rd. Everybody else further back looking to make moves. Olds around the outside. Bumper to bumper, everybody's getting stacked and packed here by Harley Keeble.
Yeah, Keeble is backing them all up right now. Luis Speck was setting him up for a nice over-under on that short shoot, and Keeble knew it. The TB kart looks pretty good early, but he's got to get by Keeble if he wants any shot at the top runners. Keeble with a block right there, a reaction move and a second move down at turn number 1. Harley Keeble is dancing the line right now, and Austin Garrison says, all right, Luis, you can't get by him. I'll go and take a shot at him. Over to 4. Keeble still on the low side. Speck now trying to fade a little bit low from Josh Holtz.
You'd almost think that this is the battle for the lead, the way we're defending already. There's a whole other race going on up ahead in between Carr, Norberg, and others, but Keeble going to defend here for fourth. Everybody getting held up. Garrison held up. Even his own teammate in ADT getting held up as well. So let's see what Austin Garrison decides to do here, Xander.
Yeah, Garrison sandwiched between the Inter MS. Kart Republic's not sure if he knows what to do. Here's Luis Speck around the outside of Tulio trying to make something happen, and they all get loaded up, and they all go wide. Keeble gets a gap, and Josh Holtz is going to evade the chaos and get into fifth. What a move from Josh Holtz, and way off the racetrack goes Alessandro Tulio and Austin Olds. Climbing the berm there out of turn 14.
How about it? Gia Cicero getting her elbows out, and Santi Fernandez as well. Well inside of the top 10, so a good drive up the field for Fernandez here, who's going side by side, able to get through on Cicero, stuck on the outside. Feldstein goes through, and so does Aiden Levy.
It only takes one. Again, only took Carly Keeble defending to stack them all up and cost them 5 seconds to the top 3 in the race here. Now, with 25 laps on the docket, a huge gap to make up for Harley Keeble, Austin Garrison, Josh Holtz here in 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, and that's a lot because you let Paulie Massimino get away. Brandon Carr, who's arguably one of the fastest drivers in this field so far, you let him get away. And not only that, Ryan Norberg as well, just kind of lapping around in first as Garrison looking on the inside at turn number 13. He's able to get clear on Josh Holtz.
This is the problem again for Austin Garrison from that rougher qualifying effort. He said they were struggling a bit with chassis issues on the weekend. This is just trying to keep the points lead from diminishing all too much. Again, Brandon Carr entered second in the title fight. Norberg a little bit further back after his kind of rough run through the second and third rounds of the championship. But now, Austin Garrison back in the top 5. If he can get around Harley Keeble, maybe pull away and secure a 4th, that'll be a solid points haul for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be bad here for Austin Garrison, but we know Harley's not going to make it easy on him. Everybody else, single file line. Looked like McPherson was able to get ahead of his teammate and Gia Cicero there further back. Sorry, that was Henry Lepard able to get ahead of his teammate and Gia Cicero, but we check back in with your leaders. A second currently in between Brandon Carr and Ryan Norberg, and this is really good for Brandon Carr, especially with Garrison being further back in the field, with Carr being second in the championship. This could be a good points haul if he can get up to the rear bumper here of Ryan Norberg.
He said in the heat races that the big difference for Brandon Carr to Ryan Norberg wasn't so much package, wasn't so much one lap speed. It was the lack of mistakes that Ryan Norberg makes over the course of a final, and that's what has given him again another 2/10 onto the margin to Carr and to Massimino. Garrison has closed up a bit to Keeble, but this group here, Carter McMurray running behind Henry Lepard and the RPG Cosmic and Gia Cicero, that was 13th, 14th, 15th on the racetrack. Here's a look back to Keeble and Garrison, and Luis Speck is not done. He's starting to charge back forward as well.
Yeah, everybody's shuffling their way through. There's Lepard, Carter McMurray as well, looking sporty inside of 11. He's able to get clear on Lepard, so what a move there by Carter McMurray, and heartbreak here for Brandon Carr.
Brandon Carr with a mechanical failure out of second. And in the back section of the racetrack, the weekend that started off so strong with a pole in qualifying and making a dent in the championship ends in the wall with a failure here. The 326 is going to fade away. Ryan Norberg's lead now up to 2 seconds back to Paulie Massimino.
Man, absolute heartbreak there for Brandon. Everything kind of falling apart, and Harley Keeble now on the edge of the podium in third. Luis Speck able to get ahead of Josh Holtz that time by in turn number 4. Aiden Levy as well. Good run for him. A lot of drivers kind of working their way inside of the top 10 and looking very sporty here in this one, Xander.
Yeah, Luis Speck, I thought if he wouldn't have gotten held up by Harley Keeble, might have been the best driver in the first couple of laps. But with that move, with the way that all shook out, from Keeble beginning to defend, the pack stacking up, and Luis kind of getting shuffled back, it hurt him. He's now got the pack spread apart, but he's 8 seconds away from Norberg's lead, 6 away from Massimino, and another at least full second still from Austin Garrison. Here's ADT trying to charge back forward. He just got around Santi Fernandez. That moves him up and into 8th. Aiden Levy, by the way, folks, started 20th. He's up and into 6th now on the 310. talk about a turnaround from yesterday. Major crash. It involved himself, Alex Feldstein, and others. Again, Levy got handed the penalty as the Tulio goes by on Fernandez. Aiden Levy up 14 positions here and on the cusp of a podium as he follows Luis Speck through the infield.
Yeah, really good showing for Aiden Levy this time out for his rookie X30 Pro season. So good to see him inside of the top 10 and chasing down Luis Speck. Further back, ADT just kind of falling off here. Santi Fernandez all over his rear bumper. So if these two try to work together, they could possibly get up there and get closer to Levy even. And Josh Holtz as well, finding himself inside of the top 10 is, pretty good considering how long he's been in the class, I should say. Zane, are you even racing against the guy?
Yeah, I've had a couple good race weekends running head-to-head with Josh Holtz going back to 2017. We both still at that time were a couple of years into the senior class, more than a couple for the pair of us. But Josh hanging tough in the top 10. He's been solidly inside the top 10 through the heats this weekend, like you said, and in their top 10 right now. But with how long the final is, no matter what you do, and again, in the same case for whether it was Harley or whether it was Austin Olds going off the racetrack or DeTulio going off, 25 laps eventually kind of sifts out the field and funnels them into where they really should be lap time-wise for the most part. That 5-second gap that Keeble gave up defending for fourth to Massimino has pretty much stayed the same, if not come down a little bit. It's a bit worse for Ware compared to Ryan Norberg's gap to them, but that's what will keep Massimino, even if he's not second fastest, probably in second for a good while. The rest of the pack, third on back, they're going to shake out naturally, just a lot of it on pace. With only 20 go-karts, and again, Brandon Carr out, so really 19. You're not going to get this kind of, stacked up 2x2 white line racing that, we saw for a lot of the KA Junior main event that, speed didn't matter in that race. Well, it definitely does here. And Aiden Levy, Alessandro DeTulio, Luis Speck, they've got a lot of it, and they should be able to at least charge forward some more to get away from everyone else from 8th on back.
Yeah, ADT was definitely able to pick it up here. He pulled away from Fernandez, and you see how much he pulls away from Aiden Levy there on the left-hander, just hitting his marks and closing in on Luis Speck now. So that's the next battle to look out for here as Austin Garrison continuing to chase down Harley Keeble, but Austin's going to have to get creative there with Harley, as I think Austin actually able to get around Harley Keeble that time around. So, yeah, pass for third. Austin Garrison able to get on the podium. Paulie Massimino in that second spot as well. He's third in the championship, so good championship implications for Paulie, and as well for Austin, kind of damage limitation this weekend as well.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino's consistent drives in the heats. Granted, he lost a little bit in the points to Brandon Carr with that pole in qualifying. But now, with Carr having a DNF in this main, he'll fall out of the top couple, might fall out of the top 5. Norberg could move up into third or second, and Paulie at least should move ahead of Carr. Depending on where he ends up, if he can hang on to second, he might be able to stay ahead of Ryan Norberg, who ended about another 100 points back from him. But there is third and fourth. Austin Garrison up to position number 3. That is going to keep it as only a 40-point loss to Ryan Norberg, a major push against Brandon Carr. It'll be really hard for anyone to reel back into 329 when we get to Newcastle as we hit the halfway mark now. 11 down, 14 to go, almost to the halfway mark here in this main with still a lot of racing left.
Yeah, a very, very long race here in our hands, and for everybody, I really kind of don't even want to bring this up, but you have to kind of go back and look back at the SCUSA Pro Tour whenever Norberg's engine let go close to the end of this race, so anything can still happen. We've seen, mechanical DNFs left and right this year, and for Brandon Carr having one so far, it's not over. We're far from over here, Xander. We're not even halfway yet, so a lot can still happen in this race. And again, I don't want to jinx anybody, but these are things that you have to keep in the back of your head.
Yeah, you've got to make it the full distance, right? You got to get to that 25, end of lap number 25. And for Austin Garrison and Harley Keeble, they cannot afford to let off the gas because this trio that we're following, Luis Speck, Alessandro DeTulio, and Aiden Levy, they could arrive on the scene. They're only a second back. Austin Olds a little bit further back from them, running in the 8th spot there. He's just pulled away a little bit from Santiago Fernandez. Carter McMurray has gotten himself up and into the top 10. He has gotten by Josh Holtz, and we've got problems for Nick Terlecki. Another one of the championship contenders. Terlecki entered the weekend 8th in the point standings. He will go out to the wayside, and the Holtz DD Tony Kart will exit the racetrack stage left. Nick Terlecki was 15th, and by that rate, he might have already been blowing up from the drop of the green.
Yeah, I don't know if he blew up or what it was here on this main straightaway. I think it was exactly that there, Zaner. He just got on the brakes there really quickly. He was on his own, and everybody able to kind of escape him here. So that was really close there for Nick Terlecki. But, again, mechanical DNF for him, mechanical DNF for Carr. So already 2 drivers out of this race early. You see Terlecki definitely not happy. I wouldn't be either. In this one, so just got ruffled up. You see, his front bumper with tire marks on it, so unfortunate there for him. But Paulie Massimino still in the second spot. Austin Garrison and Harley Keeble, they're third and fourth respectively, and Luis Speck, ADT, in fifth and sixth here.
This is where it gets really frustrating if you're a Luis Speck or Alessandro De Tullio fan, because those 2 drivers are lapping just as fast, if not faster, than Ryan Norberg. Harley Keeble, Austin Garrison, Paulie Massimino, they are even with each other. They were a 10th off of Norberg last time by, but 5th, 6th, and even Aiden Levy in 7th, all within a 10th or better than the race leader last time by. Granted, Norberg's by himself, but again, De Tullio is not really getting any drafting help off the back of Harley Keeble, so Alessandro De Tullio doing that kind of lap time on his own. He said it was going to be tough to start on the outside lane. He got that. He almost got clear down on Paulie and just kind of caught the marbles at the last second, and it pulled him off the racetrack. And once he went backwards, it was just backwards and backwards and backwards some more until eventually I think he went all the way back to around 10th or so.
Yeah, it took ADT a little while to kind of pass Luis Speck here. So when he was able to get ahead, now you see he's kind of pulling away 2 car lengths here at the moment, but he's definitely closing down his gap to his teammate in Harley Keeble. So that'll be something to look out for here in between those 2 teammates whenever ADT does try and get back up there. But, I mean, this is usually a racetrack where that Intermess team has kind of struggled, and for ADT to be as quick as he was and to be as quick as he is this race, he's definitely not going to be happy, to see that everything from the start kind of just didn't help him out as Keeble able to go back on Austin Garrison in turn number 14. So a good move there by Harley Keeble, able to get back in third, and that little bit of passing is going to help ADT, Luis Speck and company here, Xander.
Yeah, that one move is just going to help bring them into the draft a little bit. Again, another good lap from ADT and Luis Speck, faster than the race leader, but they're 8.8 seconds back from the top spot. Nothing they can do but just kind of ride and probably look back at the lap times and maybe the broadcast and frustration that, man, if things would have gone a little bit different for us, if Ale would have been able to hang on to it and not get kind of shuffled to the wayside off the track on the start, or if Speck would have been just literally probably what was a 16th of an inch narrower in the rear, he would have stayed in fourth from qualifying and had the ability to challenge for the race win. But what's happened. What's done is done. All they can do is try to recover. And as they exit turn number 14, heading towards the front straightaway, 16 laps complete now, 9 to go. Harley Keeble back into third, and Ryan Norberg's biggest assistant right now by taking more points off the table from Austin Garrison.
Yeah, and there's Garrison. Let's see if he can close down here in turn 4. Not enough. But there goes ADT. Looks even closer this time around. So when you compare the lap times here for ADT, last time around a 55.6, a 55.8 for Austin Garrison. So just a little over 2/10 quicker for ADT than the 2 drivers right ahead of him. So for ADT, he's a lot quicker, and he's definitely going to be there in a couple of moments' time.
He'll just need maybe one more pass to make it pretty much instant, or another good lap, and he will get there through turn 13, over out of 13 and 14, down the front straightaway. Alessandro De Tullio, Luis Speck, and again, Aiden Levy just hanging on with them. Now let's check in a little bit further back also. While this group is closing in just for a moment, Carter McMurray is hunting down Santiago Fernandez. He was only a 10th of a second back from him across the line. Here he goes, turn 2, move Carter McMurray up and into 9th, getting by Santi Fernandez.
Yeah, McMurray there was really close and able to get that move done there. He was just about half a second quicker than Fernandez last time around, so that Timmy Temp Common Kart on rails here in this one. He actually went quicker than Norberg last time around, so goodness gracious here, Xander.
3/10 better than Ryan Norberg. Carter McMurray, fastest go-kart on the racetrack last time by out of anyone. But again, starting a bit further back, kind of getting shuffled around off the first few laps. Heard him. Here's some more shuffling up front. Austin Garrison through on Harley Keeble. Back to P3 for AG29. Here comes DeTulio under fire from Luis Speck. They're going to work together as Garrison goes low to defend into one. Keeble with an over-under. Not able to get down to the inside, but he'll move him out of the way. DeTulio and Keeble shoving the line through in turn 2, and Garrison to the wayside.
Yeah, Garrison definitely not happy there with young Harley Keeble. Kind of gave him respect and felt like he didn't get it back. Now going to fall under fire to Aiden Levy and Luis Speck. So now the two interim S-Kart Republics playing the team game, and that definitely benefited the two of them.
Yeah, Alessandro DeTulio and Harley Keeble. Austin Garrison and Luis Speck. I'm not sure which of the two of them is going to be more frustrated with the pair of pink and chrome machines, but it's not done. This battle here for third is going to be intense to the line. Here's DeTulio on his teammate. Late move in turn 13. And Levy with a late move on Austin Garrison. Garrison all the way back to 7th now. Luis Speck goes by, points at Levy there. Not sure what the hand signal was, but ultimately, yeah, I think he was telling him to work with him, push him forward, and he does. Speck gets through into the top 5 and onto the box for Luis Speck.
You see Garrison just shaking his head on the main straightaway. Definitely not happy with the young guns right ahead of him here. So for a seasoned veteran of this class, not happy with some of the rookies here in Levy, I guess, after that move. But, I mean, what do you do? It's racing at this point, and ADT going to lead us away here for the third spot back. Again, just to check in with your leaders, Norberg about 4.5 seconds away from Paulie Massimino, who's 6 seconds away from ADT and company. So all that fighting for third almost seems like we're fighting for the race win here, Xander.
Well, we've talked a lot about Paulie Massimino in the championship, Ryan Norberg in the championship. They entered 3rd and 5th. You know who's 4th and 6th? Alessandro DeTulio and Harley Keeble coming into this weekend. They would also love to put Austin Garrison behind them. The championship is big in the interim-esque team culture. So now with DeTulio up and into 3rd, Keeble back to 4th. Both of them are going to make up some ground on Garrison in this main. But more than anything, they're going to hurt Garrison's chances to waltz into Newcastle, Indiana, and just cruise. It'll still be, as they run, a decent performance in terms of the point standings for Austin Garrison, but it's nowhere near, I'm sure, what he would have hoped he was going to be able to pull away with if they finished as they are and him down in 7th, based on how good he was able to charge up through the grid in the heats.
Yeah, you look back on here on the racetrack, Garrison right behind Aiden Levy. Austin Olds not too far back either, so if Keeble tries to go back here on ADT, expect Austin Olds to put himself into the mix here with a couple of fellow Kart Republics here in Aiden Levy, ADT, and Harley Keeble. Adjustment there on the radiator flap for ADT. And they pull away here just a little bit from Luis Speck, and there goes Harley Keeble on the inside of ADT, who looks to set up an over-under. They're going to go side by side. Now Luis Speck going to have a good run here, turn number 4. The two teammates come together. Keeble there went into the grass, and now Austin Garrison next on the list. They continue to fight here.
DeTulio somehow got back around Speck in turn 4. Garrison following in. Austin, as much as he'd want to probably throw an elbow at Harley Keeble or Alessandro DeTulio, he's already now down an 80-point loss from 3rd to 7th. There it is. Oh, off the racetrack and into the dirt for Harley Keeble. And that, to be fair, might have been a bit of a long time waiting to happen with the way that he was being really aggressive early. His teammate Alessandro DeTulio doing the same, defending in the back hairpins from Luis Speck. This is for a money-paying spot as well in 3rd. DeTulio trying to keep himself in the points fund as well. Garrison through, and Austin Olds saying, hey, I see that. Go ahead, man. You're good. Now, Levy through on the inside of Luis Speck. Speck gives him a little tap. Garrison gets back by into 5th now for Austin Garrison. Levy down low, defending from the 329. That's going to allow DeTulio to have some breathing room with 2.5 laps to go.
These guys also need to be careful with how close they're on the rear bumper of somebody else, because you don't want that thing to push back on you. But how about it for Carter McMurray? He's joined the party here. He's right behind Austin Olds. That Timmy Tep Cop Kart absolutely flying here, Xander.
3 drivers on debut. 1, the TB Kart Germany factory driver in Luis Speck, and then 2 rookies, 2 young guns, Austin Olds and Carter McMurray, making their X30 Pro Senior debut here this weekend. They're on the cusp of the top 5 and the race day podium. Aiden Levy trying to get his first top 5 in the X30 Pro category right now. P4 for the 310. Across the line, 2 to go. The fight for third is still raging on, and Tulio holds it for now.
Yeah, right behind him, Aiden Levy looking to close down his gap. Harley Keeble now on the rear bumper here of Carter McMurray. So all this white lining helping Keeble to get back up after going off the racetrack on the inside of McMurray in a 4. He's able to get clear.
So Harley Keeble backing into the 8th spot, kind of recovering from Austin Garrison giving him a little boot and scoot over in turn at number 11. Lap and a half to go. Aiden Levy, can he get up to third? Tulio blocks low. Levy over under, not quite timing right on the apex, so he had to jam on the brakes, and Alley's going to keep them parked on the inside through turn 12.
There's Garrison looking, not close enough. Around the outside, Harley Keeble on Austin Olds. Olds going to have to concede. McMurray's able to go through as well.
Here's Santi Fernandez now. Third, back to 10th on this line. White flag in the air. What a fight here to the end this will be. Garrison, big over-under, looking to go somewhere. Speck's going to go to the high side in 2. Contact as McMurray tries to go down the inside on Harley Keeble. Luis Speck turned away at the last second. A veteran move, saved all 3 of them.
Goodness gracious, there is that. McMurray now going to defend from Luis Speck. Olds right behind. Fernandez going side by side there as well. Everything. Gloves are definitely been thrown off since almost the first lap here, Xander.
Santiago Fernandez, high, low, outside, inside on Austin Olds trying to get through. Meanwhile, as this pack battles, 15 seconds behind the leader, Speck with an over-under. Keeble takes Garrison off the racetrack. Big time points implications. Ryan Norberg dominates in Cincinnati, and behind him, Massimino, second by a lot. Third is going to go to Tulio. Austin Garrison and Harley Keeble going at it have cost them both a ton of points, a ton of positions, and as they cross the line, who's going to get onto the top 5 podium? Carter McMurray, the rookie, gets into 5th at the end and will stand on the box on his first U.S. Pro Kart Series X30 Pro start. What a run for Carter McMurray and Austin Garrison, Harley Keeble. There is going to be some fireworks when they get back to the scale house here, Caleb.
Yeah, those two will definitely have a couple of words for each other here when they get into the pits. So that'll be something to look out for. But Ryan Norberg, no idea what's gone on behind him. He wins in really identical fashion, 8 seconds. Goodness gracious, by Ryan Norberg, who coming into this weekend said he was he was long ways in very far away from a championship, I guess, berth here this weekend. And doing what he did this weekend definitely going to help him out here. So Ryan Norberg wins in Cincinnati. Finally, long overdue here.
So Ryan Norberg victorious. We didn't get to show him much with how crazy that battle was. Fantastic, flawless from start to finish. The number 1 plate out in front by more than 8 seconds. Just getting word now, we do believe potential pushback bumpers from what our cameras are showing for Harley Keeble and Alessandro Tulio. Both of those bumpers looked like they were not just pushed in, but potentially pushback penalty and loose. And Austin Garrison, Harley Keeble, choice words over there in the scale line right now, as they are not happy with the way that race transpired for the pair of them. And you can see the emotions boiling over here at this point, because that was a very, very aggressive main event, and it led to a lot of aggressive interactions here. And they've been running with each other now for 2 full seasons since Harley's debut in the U.S. But that race there, that was the first time I think we've really seen the two of them have some issues with each other on the racetrack, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Harley, obviously one of the younger drivers in this field, and Austin Garrison, one of the older drivers in the field, one of the veterans of the field. So a lot of respect from Garrison kind of being given out, and he just feels like he didn't get the same thing back. So, I'd be pretty upset as well. So they talked it out there. ADT congratulates Ryan and Paulie Massimino there in the grid. So, in the scales. But, yeah, tempers flare here in the pit lane. But, man, I feel like we need to catch our breath after that battle for third on back, because that was a wild one here, Xander.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a crazy, crazy battle for third on back. That penalty board is going to be lit up. It gives us a moment to chat a little bit. We're going to welcome Sean Bailiff over here into the booth to chat with us as the weekend comes to a close on track. And then once they roll through the scales and results are made official, we'll be able to talk a little bit more about what has transpired through the race weekend and hear the thoughts of some of the drivers on all that's gone down. first and foremost, Sean, as you're joining me here into the booth, thank you for what you've done with this place so far. It has been fun for us to be able to, talk about the racing, to have a facility like this where there is, so many good places to watch from. We've worked over in the rental area. Now we're here getting to enjoy your new timing tower that you've expanded. This is cool.
Yeah, this works out really well. It probably need a little bit bigger or just your own spot for it, but especially when Stars and Scoos are here. But yeah, the expansion and stuff, the track just races phenomenal. This new tire is crazy on how much grip level it's put down. So I know it's thrown some wrenches into some of the drivers here this weekend, but the racing's incredible. Hats off to Ryan. He put a whooping on everyone there.
Yeah, that was that was pretty impressive from Ryan Norberg to do what Ryan. Sorry, there, quick adjustment. To do what Ryan, we've seen him do plenty of times, right? Qualify in the pole, drive away, and this has been the biggest year for this facility. You've had all of the major race series in the U.S. pretty much roll through this place at this point.
Right.
The U.S. Pro Kart Series, the SCUSA Pro Tour, the Stars Championship Series. I'm sure first and foremost, it's probably going to feel like a breath of fresh air that you're through the madness of the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get good rest next week. We've got a Pro-Am next Sunday, so after next Sunday we might, go into a coma or something. But yeah, it's been a fantastic run for sure.
Now, when I had Tim Coyan up here earlier in the weekend, folks, on yesterday, he broke some news for the U.S. Pro Kart Series about their schedule for next year. They're going to Daytona to kick things off, 4 weekends instead of 5, and going to have 3 races out of the 4 with a drop round coming back for the championship. You, Sean, you also have some new news that we can show a little bit of the graphics of what's going to happen here at the MCC Kartplex in 2025.
Yeah, when you design something on paper, you think it works well, but in practice, sometimes it doesn't always work out that way, especially with this new tire. And there's some other areas of the facility that cause problems during the weekend and stuff. So Greg and I've got together, Greg Heeman, my partner in the track here, we've got together and want to address a few of the issues up front. We're going to add some parking, but primarily we want to unclog the grid. The pre-grid gets kind of busy there. It gets the scale lane, pretty crowded down there. So we're going to move the grid over basically where TKG's 10 is, so we're going to move it over about 40 foot. The luxury of that is it gives us another 40 foot of runoff in turn number 1, so that's going to allow some little more runoff. This year we've had quite a few little incidences there with this new tire and the marbles and stuff. So it's going to give us a good bit of runoff there, and hopefully it eliminates some of the issues. There's some ramblings that, the place needs a little more runoff there. So Greg and I hear it. We always take that, and we want to, get it fixed. So November 1st, as soon as our closing day is, we're going to get the bulldozer in and get rid of the current grid and make this place a little bit, better to race. We were talking about, changing the track itself, but the place races so well. The racing's phenomenal, so we didn't want to do that. But we also want people to come back, and so that's our plan. With the turn 1 wall extended back 40 foot and the new grid, that's going to help the flow for it. We're going to move the food trucks a little bit closer to the paddock and, make stuff, a lot better. Also up front when, leaving the place, it's a 1-lane road, and it kind of clogs up there too. So we've got about a $250,000 investment that we're going to put into the facility and make the place even a little better.
Well, we've got our camera still up over at turn number 1. We've been able to show all of you, as Sean's been explaining, all of the improvements that'll be headed our way. We'll get our turn 1 cam. So here, Sean, we've shown the digital renderings. Now let's take a look at what we've got and explaining, what the change will be. We've got the grid where it is right now, and that all the way to the right side fence here where the parking lines start. That's going to be the new all grass runoff area, correct?
Correct. To this line of fence line here, that's going to be the new fence line for the racetrack. So you can see it's considerable distance away from turn 1 there. We're also going to extend the curb and flatten that out. It looks like that kind of hooks some people and causes some spin. So we're going to revamp the curbing a little bit, but this will be your entire runoff here. So it should help quite a bit on that side of things.
And then, like you said, this is a massive $250,000 projected expansion and kind of refurbishment and purposement of some of the facility here. You've got the runoff going to that fence, then as the camera shows where the TKG tents are, that'll become the grid for 2025.
So there'll be an additional, basically right through the middle of the tent there. That'll be a new wall there, and then we'll move over to the south, and then it should give a better flow out of pre-grid into grid, get some congestion out of the scale house, and go there. So I think it's really going to improve the facility and the flow of things and keep things on time and run a better show. Also the safety side of it too. Get some runoff in turn one. More like the distance that Newcastle has.
Well, it's been fun to watch the progress of this facility for us coming here over the last couple of years. Sean, you guys have done a great job. And, again, while you're up here and while you're on the air, a huge thank you to you, to Michelle, your wife, to your boys as well, and your entire hardworking crew that makes this facility work. I mean, it's just been a pleasure to get to be a witness to what you guys have done with this place over a short amount of time.
Yeah, and I got to thank all the series that want to come here. It's great to have them. It's great for the community. The economic impact for Claremont County is pretty big. So we're excited. Hopefully, we don't have anything pinned down, some talks, but we hope everyone comes back next year.
Well, Sean, thanks for the time here.
Yeah,
we'll let you get back. I can only imagine the workload's still continuing tonight all around. So.
Yeah, tomorrow gets really busy with all the garbage. So.
Well, there you go, folks. Please make sure to keep your pit areas clean. That's Sean Bailiff here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We will be chatting with a couple of the X30 Pro finishers here before we sign off the broadcast. There's a lot to catch up on from that main event. Well, let's go down to it. There's a look at, from what we can tell, a first career podium in the U.S. Pro Kart Series on his first career start. Carter McMurray pulled off to the side over there with Tech. Congratulations. What a great drive for that young man on somewhat of a last-second opportunity to get behind the wheel here this weekend, and wasn't originally planned, but it was pretty cool to watch him do what he loves to do. And there is his dad, obviously, Jamie, going back over with a few more of the input of what happened on the weekend. So while we wait for the last couple of drivers to kind of get queued up, I believe our race winner is at least through. So we'll go and head on down to chat with Flying Ryan Norberg. Ryan, that one was, it was a typical race by you, I guess. We're so almost numb to this point at how good you are about getting away in the first couple laps and hitting your marks and staying consistent. Can you explain a little bit of, what's the magic there? Because you built that gap of a full second right off the bat in the first 2 or 3 laps.
I think obviously the biggest thing is the start. Starting second all through the heats, I was able to kind of figure out what was the ticket basically to getting through there without getting messed up. But basically, I mean, when I was going through the corners in second, it was like if the leader was slow, I had a good shot at making it through. But when Car was fast, it was a lot easier for me to make it through the corner. So right now, I just decided, I was like, let's keep a fast pace. We'll make it through the first corner. And I mean, luckily everybody kind of spread out behind us. And then at that point, it was just try and get our marks done and hit everything. And we had a little bit of luck with Car. His engine, I think something happened. But yeah, I mean, it was a good race for us. We just had to keep it clean. And at that point, everybody else kind of raced so hard behind us. I'm really interested to watch the replay.
Yeah, it was crazy to watch what went on behind you that entire race. I mean, there was a lot going on for sure. So before we let you go, Ryan, and get quickly on to tent teardown, who would you like to thank for all the help here that has made you so fast once again and kind of kept you close to championship contention?
Well, obviously the whole RPG team. I mean, these guys have we're turning it up. We had a couple of bad months there, and there's no really way to get back in the championship without just doing what we're doing. And so, SCUSA championship, we had a little bit of a tough run there, and we came out swinging. And the same thing here. We're not done. We're fighting. We're gonna fight till the last moment. We had a couple of DNFs there, and I mean, there's not much we could do about it. So the only thing we can do is go out there and just do what we do, and that's win. And so right now, I want to thank the team, Alex, Vincent. The power's amazing. Joni, Kevin, just the whole group, Mike. I mean, the kart was on rails. I mean, it was very easy to drive right now. And so, I'm really happy.
Well, Ryan, we'll let you get ready here. It's a quick turnaround for podiums. Thanks for the words here. We'll chat with a few more of the top contenders from the MCC Kartplex X30 Pro US Pro Kart Series main event. Quite an entertaining main for sure, folks, as we watched plenty of those races over the years go all kinds of different ways. Last year, it was a packed up group for what felt like the entire way through. And now, as we watch down on the scale area, a few more drivers are making their way over into tech. Let's go down to the interview station as well to talk with our hard charger on the day, Aiden Levy. Aiden, you have yesterday ended about probably the most unfortunate way possible, and then you turn it around and you're rolling from the back all the way into the top 10 and easily knocking on the door of that top 5 depending on how penalties fall. How does that feel, and how'd you do it?
No, it feels great. We struggled a lot of the weekend for pace and missed on the motor a little bit, but I just kept my nose clean out there and stayed cleaned and drove through the field. So really happy with the result overall.
Now, talk to me about what this year has been like. I haven't gotten to chat with you too much, but now you've got a few X30 Pro races under your belt, a few different formats. For some of the KA Senior drivers that are getting to the highest level, like James Overbeck, for example, getting a few wins. You've won KA races. You've won KA championships. What's been the transition like? What sticks out to you the most about going from that class up to the X30 Pro division?
Well, the tires are definitely different, definitely a little softer, and the power really is the biggest difference, in my opinion, with this class. And just the overall level of competition, it's the highest it really is, and it's hard. It really is. So, it's different, but I think just put the time in, and I've only done this is my 3rd or 4th race this year, and only this summer, so just really putting in the work. We can be right up there with everybody else who's been doing it for a while. Yeah.
Definitely a lot of extra review coming after that race, but I think you're going to be mostly clean from it all. So, Aiden, congrats on that great drive forward. Hard Charger Award of the day. Who would you like to thank for making it all happen?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I'd like to thank Chad Dawkins for the fast go-kart, Speed Lab Racing Engines for the really quick motor there, my parents, and Caleb G for the coaching. So, yeah.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Aiden, for the time. Congrats on the good run. We will let Aiden step on off to the side. And once again, it has been a pleasure to call the action here. I've watched Aiden Levy make his way up the national ranks for quite some time now. He actually has really hit his stride, it feels like, at this place over the years. And now a good run for him. Paulie Massimino had probably I don't know, Paulie. I bet out of everyone, you probably had the most boring main event, I think, of any driver today. Is that fair to say? Because it definitely didn't look like there was a whole lot of action you were able to see.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good start. Looked back, saw we had quite a gap. I was just going to try and follow a car for the whole race. I wasn't going to do anything just because the lead we had. But unfortunately, he had a problem. So I just kept hitting my lines, hit my marks, trying not to drive off the track. I could see him on the other side of the track, kind of gauge of where they were. So yeah, just tried to hit my marks. I kind of felt like we were starting to slip away towards the end. So I just kind of took it easy with such a big lead. I didn't even try to keep attacking. Norberg was so far out, there was really nothing I could do unless he had a problem. So yeah.
Either way, it's still a good haul. P2 on the day puts you on the podium easily. Good points. A little bit of purse money as well as we roll into Newcastle Motorsports Park. This is going to put you, from what our math kind of tells us, either second or right neck and neck with second in the championship. I know it's not a win, but to have another podium, another piece of hardware off the run you've had this year, how do you kind of rate 2024 and how do you rate this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we started off pretty good this year, and then, after we got through Stars, Charlotte, after we got through USPKS, I kind of feel like we had a little bit of a setback. I feel like we kind of took a little bit of a step back, kind of struggled on some things, struggled on myself. Mainly, that was about it. I kind of lost a little bit of what I was doing, kind of got back on that, and, yeah, so... We had good speed here when we were here for Pro Tour, so I knew we'd be pretty good. And then I was a little nervous after Stars, but I knew we would have something. struggled a little bit earlier this weekend, but yeah, we'll keep pushing. Obviously, next is Miami Grand, so home track I know will be good. But big thanks to the BGR MDR crew, my dad, Offset, Nexet, Group A, BBS Racing Engines, Odenthal, Wiggity Wang Barbecue Sauce, my parents, my girlfriend, everyone that supports me. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the time, Paulie. We appreciate it. We'll let you get on back. Congrats on a solid run here, P2 today.
Thank you.
There you have it from Paulie Massimino after his main event. There you can take a look at Brandon Jarsacrack and his dad, Paul, working on tearing that cart back apart and getting ready to tear the rest of the tent down, put it in the trailer, and head on to the next big show, which will be back in their backyard with the IAMA USA Grand National Championship, the North American version of karting's all-star race. With so much fun, night racing, shootout races, big purses, over $70,000 in cash and prizes up for this year's IAMA Grands. The fourth running of that event set for Labor Day weekend here at the end of the month. And we are excited to get down there for that final race of the year. So a crazy event, a crazy main event, really, from third on back in X30 Pro. But overall, only one little red flag hiccup in that KA Junior final with 45 drivers going on. Lots of battles, lots of awesome racing for the win through the field. And with 7 classes, 200-plus entries, and the end of this intense summer stretch, on the cusp of some great news for 2025 with facility improvements, dates and locations, going to Daytona to kick off the U.S. Pro Kart Series. There's a lot of excitement to leave the Motorsport Country Club of Cincinnati Kartplex here. For us, Caleb, it's been a pleasure. For all of us at Kart Chaser, it has been to be here with the bailiffs, Greg Heyman and his family, and the entire MCC crew. Thank you all for making us feel so welcome. Thank you to the U.S. Pro Kart Series, as always, for putting on a great show. And for all of you at home, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.